Alright, last we left off in Persona, we did the first mandatory regular story event. It's not a monthly thing in this one. And now we're gonna see what the next mandatory monthly-ish story event is gonna be. I don't think there's really anything I can do in the evenings. I guess if my uncle's not around, I get to go outside and walk around. See if there's anybody I can talk to over maybe. I did! I managed to get it up today. That looks alright. To adjust the green screen settings a bit. It looks like it's getting the yellow and the Triforce, but not a big deal. Pub. Maybe I can do the ramen place, but I'm pretty broke. 800 yen. Yeah, okay. Stat upgrades early. I don't have a lot else to do with it right now. Telekinesis it from a distance. Forehead begins to sweat from the furiously powerful spices. Good job, main character. Hey! Courage rank up. Heard about you from my daughter. You're a transfer student. My daughter said you're cool. Okay. I wonder if that's actually going to open anything up story-wise. Nature Day, so you had the day off from school.
Hey, it's me.
What's up, Yosuke? Yeah, sure. But I can't get social link upgrades on holidays, right? It has to be on a normal day. Maybe I should turn him down, because I think hanging out with him once will be enough to... Oh, you can on holidays? Storehouse of Magic. I do like that there's generally more interaction between the existing social links.
Huh?
Way to go.
Hey!
Yeah. Is that flattering? Junesu. Is that the Japanese version of the song? Everyday Young Life, Junesu. Okay, so I didn't actually get a... It looks like you can actually advance the social link. Because when you advance the social link, there's always a custom cutscene that happens, right? So it couldn't possibly be on the weekend. So that may have been a waste, but that's okay. I'll try to do those during the day normally. I don't think you can get it in the evenings either. You bump into them. Yeah, I like that better too. It's like the tomato convenience store in Shenmue. Hey, sure. Yeah. Part-time.
Come on!
Very expensive. Wonder if I'll get to do it for free.
From me to you.
Meat gum. Is that actually a thing? That doesn't sound particularly appetizing. Hi, Sleepy. How you doing? Happy Friday/Saturday. How's your week been treating you? Buy a snack? Why not? Tater longs. Maybe we'll end up going everywhere anyway. Let's see. Okay. Nani? Hey! Is it bad to have a excuse me, a fox at a shrine? An Ama plaque? What is that? Please help Grandpa's legs get better. Oh, it's like a prayer that you leave behind a church or a shrine or something? Animal Crossing leaf. Tidy things up once in a while. Persona games are 2 games. Half of it is a life as a Japanese high school student simulator, kind of like a dating sim, relationship, friendship simulator. And the other half of the game is a really grindy dungeon crawler Japanese RPG. So if you like any of the words on either side of that equation, you should absolutely play this game. I actually did a spoiler-free review for Persona 3 if you wanted to check that out. It's on the YouTube channel. Give you an idea what you're in for. If you're super into, like, you know, high school anime, you should totally play Persona. If you really like dungeon crawler RPGs, challenging mechanically, go for it. Okay. So there's magic, there's TV magic, and there's like actual magic, it looks like. It's that faith healer placebo effect where you make yourself feel better temporarily and risk permanent damage to yourself. It's as close as I'll get it. I can try to speak up too. Not a pressure. This will give you a pretty good introduction to what the game's all about. We'll probably spend about half of this session doing the dating simulator thing, and then another half of the session doing the grindy dungeon thing. You feel a faint bond forming between you and the fox. Nani? Okay. Rando fox is associated. Right? You can speak up more. Persona 3 review. You should be able to find that on the YouTube channel. Hermit Arcana, huh? Who is the Hermit Arcana in Persona 3? Oh, thanks, sir. Does it understand your thoughts? I'm not sure. Maya? Oh, right. The MMO girl. That was interesting. Little interlude there.
The prime suspect in yesterday's ATM robbery in northern Inaba was arrested earlier today. The alleged thief is Pomena Sushin, a 26-year-old former employee of the company which reported the stolen vehicle. According to the police investigation, Pomena Sushin was...
I'm home. Ugh. How many days is he gonna call in sick? These rookies lately sure are...
Welcome back!
Nanako. I'm sorry I broke my promise again.
Oh, my big bro and his friends played with me instead.
I see.
Or Nanako.
Thanks.
Getting wrecked by your busy dad.
Oh, that's a Juness bag. What's in it?
Good eye. Well, today's
A
children's
lot of people are,
So
I see.
I see. I see.
I see. I see.
I see. I see.
I see.
Yay!
people generally support Nanako's obsession with this game's equivalent of Walmart.
T-shirt.
It'd be really lame if they were mean to her about it.
It took me a while to decide what to get you. You like it?
It's got platypus.
Wow, there's a picture on the front. That's so funny. Yay!
Yeah, what was
I
that?
got you one too. Not that you're still a child.
Oh, it is
but
May 5th in
fair's
game.
fair.
I didn't notice that. You just gotta play Persona on the real calendar. Just play it for like 6 minutes a day. Which double ellipsis in for the swimsuit.
I thought you might need one soon.
I appreciate that this protagonist can be nice.
Let's
You
see.
couldn't really be nice in Persona 3.
Okay.
License ending with additions. He's not gonna let me go out. Sure. The main character is really obsessed with the weather forecast. My grandmother. Yeah. If there was more significant content from day to day. I guess if you just left it up, it might be good for like a handheld system to try that. Get a good score on the test, you may become well known among your classmates and be more popular. Sure. Hey Kevin, how you doing? Knowledge has increased.
Yo! Damn it, I just fixed this thing. It's making squeaking sounds again.
Maybe you need a new one.
Huh? Yeah. Hey, by the way, I'm sorry about the other day. You know, about what I said to
Time of day,
Nanako-chan.
yeah.
After hanging out with
Split it
Nanako-chan,
into 3
I
parts.
feel even stronger that we have to solve this case.
Do our best.
Yeah. You know, Chie and Yukiko seem different lately. They're a lot closer. Oh yeah, I was just curious, but are you... never mind. You know, if we keep chatting, we're gonna be late. Man, school's such a chore. And now my bike's messed up too. The roads are much wider here than in the city, so I keep speeding. I guess that did it. Oh well. Until I get my motorcycle license, I'll just have to walk.
When can you get your license in Japan? I assume most people didn't. Well, it's in rural Japan. Probably more likely that for your average person is going to drive. Not super necessary in
What's up?
Tokyo. Yosuke is going to rank up. Anybody else in the long line of people who want to hang out? She's usually on the roof. Scooters are different licenses from bikes. Interesting. They're the same license in the U.S.
Why do the holidays have to end so fast?
At least they were peaceful. I listened in on the
Oh,
housewives
different
gossiping
cars.
at Juness,
Okay.
but it doesn't seem like
Gotcha.
anything happened. And I haven't heard anything about someone disappearing suddenly either. You think Yukiko could have
I
been
think
the
it's
last
easier
of
to
the
get
victims?
the motorcycle license than the car license. She's probably the last one. Yeah.
I don't know, but we shouldn't relax as long as the culprit remains at large.
I wonder, will someone show up on TV again if it rains? If we only knew a little more about who the killer might be.
It's no good fretting over it now. If someone does show up on the Midnight Channel, then we'll deal with it. It's supposed to start raining soon, but I hope this weather holds through next week. You know, midterms.
You had to go and bring that up. I don't want to think about it.
I wish I had Yukiko's gift for studying.
Game over, folks.
Hey, Yosuke! Why don't
No, the
you
rest of
have
the game
Yukiko
is just
go over some of
the
the material
dating
with you?
simulator, right?
Hmm?
You don't go back to
Oh, that's
TV World
right.
anymore.
Yukiko's ranked at the top on every
I
exam.
wonder if anyone would ever make a
Maybe
game
I should
that's
ask
like
her for
that.
some private lessons.
Like I've played games that
Private
have
lessons?
Huh? What's wrong?
depth that seems... They have implied depth, if that makes sense. Like, they have a setup that makes it look
What
like the
was that
game's going to be,
for?
like,
I'm just
50
asking you
hours
to help
long,
me
and then it's only,
study.
like, 10 hours long.
Oh, I'm
Transistor's not
sorry, you
quite
were
that, but
talking about
it's the closest I
studying.
can think of off the top of my head.
Thought it might have been an off-color joke. Arian has had some strange visitors lately.
If you thought it was a joke, then just shrug it off.
Sorry, my hand moved without thinking.
Jeez. Thanks a lot, Chie, for bringing up the whole studying thing.
What did I do? You're the one who made it sound creepy and wrong. Private lessons, huh?
What? Then it's mostly my fault?
Oh.
You know,
I
play
should
Chronicles
start heading
X?
home.
Yeah, I wonder if any developer's ever done that intentionally. Like, wouldn't it be interesting to play a game like Persona and it makes it seem like you're going to be going back to the TV world, and you just don't? It's something that happens in the first part of the game. I don't think that's the right way to do this game, obviously. People are expecting you to do the dungeon crawler the whole time, but... I see. I wonder if there was like a bottom-up versus top-down game design thing. If you're running into constraints where you can't finish the game you want and you start too zoomed in, I could see that happening pretty easily. Right, square lets me just go places, right? Is there not a way to jump onto the roof? Yeah, right. Undertale's actually not too far off from that. It feels like the mechanics that are set up in Undertale that game could be, you know, typical 30-hour RPG. But it wraps up pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's go! All right!
Especially the genocide playthrough of Undertale feels like that. I think they milled that pretty well. I remember when I was scheduling that playthrough and I was like, okay, so Pacifist was like 11 hours. I should schedule a similar amount of time since now I have to fight everything. And they're like, no, it's not going to take you as long. I'm like, how can that be? Oh, cool.
Huh?
I could see that, Spiky. I do feel like you go from just kind of putzing around to different towns in a very standard RPG fashion to being in like the final boss castle. But I think it works for that game. Like, I wouldn't have complained with getting to spend more time in that universe and explore like the Undertale battle design space some more, but I've played a lot of those games where it's like, oh shit, we're in the final area. That was fast. Most difficult boss to make, huh? I want to look like a sissy in front of Nanako. You know it. You felt Chie's burning passion. Nani? Cool. Big fan of the new rank up screen compared to Persona 3. Form a follow-up attack during battle. When you knock down an enemy in battle, your ally will sometimes follow up. Does that... they remain knocked down, right? Yeah, let's put all of our effort into upping our main party members' social links. Has, Toby commented at all about why Metathon was so hard?
Hey!
Can't have time to leg it up again. Yeah. Desperately casting about for a topic to discuss. It's fun.
I see.
I see. How about your friends? Tojima's scowling. He's a great character. Killings began around the time he came to town. Clearly,
What's wrong?
you must be the killer. Could be some shenanigan like that. Gonna get a lot of it. Shenmue 2 is doing really well on the voting spreadsheet too, if Yukiko keeps it up. Uh-oh. I might need to replace... I'm using a USB cable I was using for Crypt of the Necrodancer yesterday to keep my PS TV controller plugged in, and it's on the fritz a bit. Nani? Alright, Tojima's social link. So he can't be the final boss if he's got a social link. Although that would be a nice twist. Transfer it to somebody else, Final Fantasy V style. There you go, Yukiko. Perfect. Okay. Try to talk to him whenever we get the opportunity. Very good.
Nice.
I think a excuse me, potentially cool setting for a Persona game with the way the calendar works would be to do like a Stephen King's It thing, where half the game you're teenagers, and then you do like a big time skip to where everyone's like in their 40s, and you do more stuff from there. That would be really cool. I feel like there's a lot of really cool both narrative and flavor design space in the Persona universe. You can kind of hit those same notes, but do it very differently. I'm interested to see how Persona 5 plays out. Getting good grades has benefits when interacting with people. Sound logic. Right, you could put... No, I think that would be actually kind of awesome. And then you could set it up so that, like, everybody's station in life changes depending on how you pursued social links in high school. I would play that game. I'm surprised there's no indie developer out there trying to make, like, Shmershona. Since these games are so wildly popular. City Boy. Wasn't this question in Persona 3 as well? I could die. The end is beautiful, isn't it? Person who translated as I could die. Meiji error writer. Oh yeah, Tokyo Xanadu. Remind me, Falcom is Ys in the Xanadu games. Didn't used to have a direct expression of love. That's cute. That is a subtle, endearing translation. Man, Mr. Garrison over here is actually a good teacher. Right, effects. No, that would be challenging.
Hey,
As
Chie,
with anything
I
that's
bought you a new copy
decision
of that
focused,
Trial
it
of
would
the
probably
Dragon
work
flick.
better if
It
you
was the greatest punches
don't
version
know
for
how it works
980
in the
yen.
other playthroughs,
If I
right?
knew then, I'd just replaced it instead of buying you grilled steak.
Yes. Apparently the battery in this thing doesn't
clearly
charge.
getting closer.
Huh? What are you, scared of a little lightning?
Quiet, you! I'd be a goner if even one of those things hit me.
You're freaking out way too much. Come on, shouldn't weather like this help with your kung fu training? A bolt of lightning would hit and it'd give you the inspiration for a new move. There was a scene like that in your DVD, wasn't there?
You jerk! You
Fair
don't even
enough,
care how I
Spiky.
feel! If lightning has to strike someone, let it be this guy!
Huh? Is this a blackout?
That's what you get for
Flavor
saying that stuff,
mechanics
Chie.
disconnect.
Looks like I better hurry up and head to work. Depending on how produce sells today, I might get a little bonus in my pay for the week. This weather may keep customers away, but I gotta do my best if I'm gonna save up for a motorcycle. It's from my manager. Hello?
Yosuke-kun? Some of the power in the store is out after that lightning strike. Could you come in early today? All the refrigerated shelves have stopped running. It's looking like we'll have to close up the produce section early today.
Wait, what? But my pay!
Anyway, I need you here to help deal with this mess. I'm counting on you. Goodbye.
Wait!
What are you looking at me for?
Why did this have to happen?
Hey, Yukiko, can we just go home?
Chie, do you know this story? A girl forgot her homework, so she snuck into school in the middle of the night, but she suddenly needed to use the bathroom. She ventured into the girls' room where all the lights were off. No one should have been there, but in the mirror...
Hold it right there! What are you talking about?
Spooky
Huh?
ghosts.
It's a ghost story. I thought you liked them.
Yeah, but why tell it now?
What should you do? Tell her another ghost story.
Thanks. I'm glad you're here.
No problem. I'm a nice person in
Why
this
don't you
game.
just
It's
have them
actually
escort
kind
you
of
back
comforting.
home, Chie?
Are you making fun of me?
By the way, the spring
Well,
survey
yeah,
is
with
out. I
how
might bring
freaked
this
out
up a
you
couple
are,
more
can you
times on
blame
stream
me?
today. If you go in Discord and go in the announcement channel, there's a link to it. 500 SP bonus
Yukiko,
for
let's go home.
participating. Open to everybody, not just Patreon subscribers. It's a longer one, which is why the SP bonus is so high. So appreciate y'all's feedback. You have no choice but to wait for another rainy night. Touch the button to the right to view TV listings. Huh. Kind of feel like I shouldn't watch these. Is that probably accurate? Stay away from that. Something new they added to Golden, kind of fit into the TV theme, I guess. Probably not going to be upstairs. Okay. Go get a toy from the capsule machine. What am I really close to? Another rank in intelligence or knowledge or something? I love these. Perhaps I'll have another. No, maybe some other time. Okay. Oh. Okay. Remind me where the library is. It's gonna take me a while to get used to it. Library. Sure. He studied while the pouring rain and crashing thunder blocked out all distracting noise.
Welcome home!
Thanks. Petrified. Oh, is she a social link too? That's great. He isn't ready to advance yet, so it wouldn't go up from this. Let me step outside and see what I see. Yeah, given that it's sort of random. He just set up a fan in his room. A white noise app on his phone. Hey, I want to hang out with her. It's critical to me to level up that social link as much as possible. But I presume, given the way the game's been progressing so far, we'll get a free boost to her social link at some point. Doesn't come to the shrine at night. Maybe you should pray. Nah, it's not. Do not have any red goldfish. Oh, does that still work in this game? I don't think I've noticed that come up so far. I'm gonna see if I have one for Justice. An interesting system. I don't know if I agree with it. It's one of those, like,
Welcome
trivial
to
to
the Velvet.
fulfill, annoying if you forget. Actually, not sure what they're trying to accomplish with it either. So I probably missed out on a bunch of bonus social rank because of that. Oh well. errand. Yeah. Right, 4 extra loading screens. I could see it being like you have a persona registered in the compendium, maybe, but it's a weird thing to connect something that's should just be a mechanical decision. Like, what do I do in the dungeon? What persona do I have equipped?
What
to,
is
oh,
this?
let me annoyingly swap these out. No, I didn't.
I see.
Okay.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
$2,400 for a level 4 persona? Holy shit. Archangel. Archangel. Kind of using both of those Arcana, but... Medea, huh? Yeah, okay. I'll get on board with that. Weak against Dark. Theo. Wakanda. I'd rather stat bonuses on foes for now. Back up and make sure I get everybody registered. I don't know if I've done that recently. I didn't. I'm glad I checked. Thank goodness for the searchable persona list. It's such a better way to do this. Wakanda, Kanji. Yep. Yeah, Wakanda is better because then all your allies get the benefit of the defense down even though they stack. That's just that classic song. If I had crafted them on a specific deck, okay, let's go back into the Fusion forecast. Too stressful. Oh, seriously? Coincidence, right on. Maybe. Emerge from the sea of your soul. Oh, just bonus stats. Oh god, Spiky. I feel like that happens... No, okay. I was gonna say I feel like that happens more often in Japanese games. We played Knights of the Old Republic, and that's, you know, droid efficiency at its best, so... Definitely not unique to Japanese games. It's one of those things where I think that as the developers add them one by one, each one makes sense, but then, like, it's hard to imagine how that's going to propagate out to it showing up multiple times in the game, being kind of frustrating. Still isn't ready to advance. Alright, we'll go ahead and do it, though. Nothing else interesting to do. This is a precious moment. Or thanks, prop. Ex-boyfriend? Vanguards of the Lunch Revolution. I mean, basically.
Huh? Wait!
Cool, cool. No, she's fat now. Guy's an ass. Hold her hand? Yeah, let's not be a nice guy over here. Neckbeard. Hey gamer boy, how you doing? Different Takeshi. I understand, Chie. Nani? Yay, ranking up our allies. Exactly what we want to spend our time doing. S-Link skill? Oh, okay, I see. Do your allies' personas lose skills when they hit the cap, and is that a decision that you make as the player, or does the game just automatically remove the outdated skills? What's wrong?
Well...
Really, I have to make it? Okay. Well, at least I can get rid of charm
I made
abilities and all
flowers
that
at
fun
school
stuff.
yesterday. They said today is Mother's Day. My teacher told us that's a day when you give your mom flowers.
Real sensitive teacher.
I don't have a mom, so I don't know what to do with these flowers.
I'll take him. Give them to her. Let's give them to your dad. Give them to me. These all seem like good options. I'd probably pick the dad one.
Huh? Oh, you mean the family altar? Dad always puts food there. He said it gets to Mom in heaven.
And then
Do you
he
think my
secretly
flowers
throws
will
it
get
out
to her
before it
too?
goes bad.
I did a really good job on mine. My teacher said they were pretty too. I wonder if my mom will be happy to get them. You should make a flower too, big bro. Then we can celebrate Mother's Day together.
I don't actually have a mother. I'm like the clone of the personification of death or some goofy bullshit. I'm the clone of the personification of
We did it!
television. Or something. Maybe we'll luck out and the protagonist will be someone totally unimportant, but for their devotion to exploring the TV world and solving the town's mysteries. But I kind of get the sense that you're always super hot shit in these Persona games. Literally, Satan. Sorry, my mom's alive. God. Oh, that's funny. I can't help you with that one. First term midterms begin today and continue through Thursday. Hurry to school. That's really good. Real life's harsh. Unpicker battles. I feel like both of those are not going to be great. We said this one was overcompensation, right? Came up earlier. 1 BC. 0 AD. It's a pretty funny Louis C.K. bit about that in his recent Netflix special. He makes a joke where he's like, you know, my family's not religious, but I teach my kids that, you know, you should respect all religions, but the Christians won. And people in the audience start groaning, and he says, What? What are you groaning about? What year is it? This is marriage numbers, right? We did that one already. Oh, geez. It wasn't this guy. It had an S in it, so I think it's Soseki Natsume. It's my guess. Remember the other one was the one that said, I feel like dying or something like that? Historians aren't mathematicians. As soon as laws are necessary for men, they are no longer fit for freedom. Isn't that Pythagoras? I think this may have actually been a question in the game earlier. Or one of the lecture topics, at least. Highest mountain is Olympus Mons. That's right, because we had the valley last time. Valles Marineris. Valles. How do you pronounce it when it's V-A-L-L-E-S? Valles. 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 Feel confident about your answers. That must be the one that's just based on my academic score up to that point. Yeah, like they turn the question around or they refer to something else from the lecture that day.
It's finally over.
As long as we never get an
What a
Edogawa
load off.
exam,
I bet every
I think we'll be
student feels
fine.
like this after exams are over.
Hey, quiet down!
Yeah, I feel like there were some rando exam
So
questions
what did you write
in
for number 7? The one about what
Persona
that
3,
referred
but I
to
might
in
be
the
remembering that
sentence?
wrong.
I put her sorrowful expression.
Yeah, it's cool.
Crap! Then I got it wrong! I put the rice cakes on top of the table!
Rice cakes? Wait, was that what the story was about?
Alright, I'm giving up on composition. I'm gonna bet it all on geography.
That's how school works.
What did you choose for the tallest mountain in the solar system? Ah! Seriously? I chose the wrong one!
Oh, I put that one too.
Whoa, you two? And it's probably the right answer.
It is the right answer.
Boy, I can't wait for our grades to be posted out in the hall where everyone can see them. Jeez.
Hey, did you hear? A TV station's filming here in town.
They're probably just doing more stuff about that hanging corpse case.
No, it's not
Hanging
that.
corpse
You know the
case.
highway nearby? They're gonna cover those biker gangs that hang around there. A friend of mine goes to the biker meetings sometimes. I heard it from him.
Dude, what are you doing hanging out with a guy in a biker gang? Well, anyways, what do you think about tomorrow's group blind date? We were gonna meet outside, but it's gonna rain soon, right? Won't it be better to play it safe tomorrow, too?
Is there some kind of competition thing to show everybody how people scored relative to each
Biker
other?
gang? Oh yeah! They raise a ruckus from time to time. I guess your place is too far away to hear them.
We live right by the road. The noise can drive you insane.
I hear some guys at this school are part of it too.
Yeah, I know there are some rumors about a first-year student here who's a total hellraiser. One of the guys working at Jeunesse said the dude's been a legend ever since middle school. Although, was he in a biker gang?
Did you say he was a legend?
It's not what you think, Yukiko.
No choice but to wait for another rainy night.
Yo!
Go see if I can get a Magician Arcana real quick. Because of this game. At least there's the square button. I was just joking about it going from 1VC to 1AD. She's leaving her shit around all the time, man. I just want to pick a persona. I don't want...
Seafoam, listen to my voice. My shouting, bellowing voice. Here I am, pouring my blood into my words, yelling at the very edge of the world. I am the Little Mermaid, unable to return. The Little Mermaid, faded to foam. The Little Mermaid.
I just want to get my persona, man. Your sense of poetry is difficult to comment on.
I said no.
It wasn't my fault. I tried not to. Stupid, I hate you, jerk. I can't believe this. Don't read my things. It didn't give me a choice. If I had my way, I would have walked in this car and just stepped right over it and been like, hey, give me a magician persona. I got shit to do. I will say that most of the characters in this game are much more likable than the ones in Persona 3. I don't think I liked any of the characters in Persona 3 except for Koro-chan. Best character. Let's make an entire game that's Persona, but nothing but dogs being friends with each other. Different species of dog. Give each species of dog a social link, rank, and an Arcana. Be amazing. 2,000 for a pixie. Jeez. Hey, Nodovan, how you doing? Yeah, exactly. So I can get Jack Frost, but that sacrifices the Archangel that I just crafted. I'm just not going to worry about it for now. I'm going to get a link up anyway, and I think we established that excess like social link points don't really carry over to the next rank anyway. If it's dogs only. When you say actual persona, that seems to imply that that's really a thing, or like a fan thing. Is it?
Yep.
Sure.
All right.
Personas are a thing. Pigeon dating symbol with dogs. Exactly. You feel like your relationship with the wiener dog is growing stronger. Instead of the I am thou and thou art I. Woof woof woof. Bark bark bark. Furry individual is animal persona. Oh, okay. I'll have to ask Sornis. Not savvy. I'm Imphis around here. Must be tough. None? Yeah, that'll be nice. Once I have way more money, probably later in the dungeon. What does Trifurry do? Is that the runaway one? That would be pretty nice, so you just have a party member that has it. Escape from most battles, 24 SP. Okay.
Okay, let's head home.
Cut speed propagated.
Welcome back.
Because Andrea has been struggling with her depression. It's been really hard for her to get out of bed in the mornings. So we've been getting up early enough so I can make breakfast. And I've been setting an alarm outside the room. And she has to get up and walk to turn it off. Which she hates, but it gets her out of bed in the morning at least. Very often. See Adachi, Gigas, tell him off for me. Okay. Can do. He's like Purifan, right? Hermit, Strength, Justice. How's it going? I don't know what to talk to. If your expression was at the level of eloquent, you'd be able to carry on a conversation. That's funny. Okay. I know I've seen those robot alarms that like run away from you when they go off. Try to hide under a desk or something. Should we give a shit? I'll have to listen for it. Well done. You read a number of dictionary entries that piqued your interest. Got one of those nice programmable thermostats so you can make it warmer in the morning. Take a part-time job that I'll never show up to because there's no consequences for not doing them, right? I need to go into town just to get more cheap personas that I can use for social thinking, because I've been missing out on that so far.
Oh.
Just to give you crap. Ujima sent me.
This sucks. Oops.
I'll hang out with you too. It's a little strange.
You're right.
Remember, we're supposed to make people happy. We're not supposed to like broaden their horizons, say what they want to hear.
Sorry.
Nani? Not so much going in the TV, but there we go. The Jester Arcana. Is that actually an Arcana? I don't remember that being in Persona 3 or any other game that I've done with Tarot. Keep it 0. Like the Romans.
Well, you...
But I ain't finished. I'm devoted. Yeah, no worries.
See ya.
Okay.
Young men recklessly riding their motorcycles, disturbing the peace of a quiet rural town. Our special report took a turn for the violent when one of the apparent leaders attacked the camera crew. The hell are you punks doing here?
That voice.
This ain't a show! Get bent!
Still up to the same old tricks.
Do you know him, Dad?
Well, I know him through work. His name's Kanji Tatsumi. He's quite a handful.
He's in the opening cutscene.
He's been
Gonna
crushing
be a
biker
party
gangs
member.
in the
I
area
bet
since
he's
middle
gonna
school,
be the
but I thought
subject
he got
of
into a high
the
school and started attending class.
next rainy event. mandatory
Man,
story
that
event.
blur sure is pointless. It's completely obvious who it is.
It's not even
The
any
guy's
blur on the
family
actual
runs a
TV.
historic textile shop. I think what happened was he crushed the local bikers all by himself because the noise kept his mother up at night. It's a nice gesture, but he's way too violent. At this rate, his mother will have to apologize again.
Oh, the weather report's showing on the bottom. It's going
Way
to
to
rain
just disregard
tomorrow.
what your dad
I'll
was
make
saying,
sure to hang the
Nanako.
laundry inside the house.
I'm uncomfortable with what you just said. Change the subject.
Whoa! It started raining. I guess the weather report was right.
Well, it's the fact that it's not green. It's like I can do this.
That means the show's probably gonna be on tonight.
I hope we don't see anyone.
Double shield, what?
Yeah, that'd be best. But if we do, maybe we'll see some kind of clue that can point us toward the killer.
Nanako isn't
Well,
elegant
everyone,
enough.
don't
Eloquent
forget
enough.
to check your TV tonight. Got it?
Yeah, I just crush biker gangs. Hopefully something useful.
Welcome home!
Now, if it's a midnight channel night, it always makes me do it, right? Okay, so I don't ever have to manually check that because it will never work if I try to manually check it. Perhaps I'll crush another. Persona 3 is on PS2, Mr. Zippy. Persona 4 is too, technically, right? The version I'm playing is on the Vita. Perhaps I'll have another. No. Maybe some other time. Figure appeared. I wonder if it's the guy that was on the TV earlier today. Hard to tell who it is.
Oh my god. Oh my god! Although actually it was sort of obvious.
Oh, it's you. So what do you think? I wish I could tell what he looked like. Let's get together and talk more about it tomorrow.
I think there's going to be an equivalent of Golden for Persona 5. Kind of seems like that's Atlas's bag. It's a special
We'll
version
now
of
hold
each
a meeting
game.
on our investigation of the serial kidnapping/murder case here in Inaba.
Dude, take a breath.
Oh, then does that make this place our special headquarters?
Yes, exactly. Nicely put, Yukiko.
Special headquarters. That
Special
does have a
headquarters.
nice ring to it.
Behind D.
Anyways, as for what was on last night,
Don't stream this. Who was that?
I saw it too.
It was the
I couldn't get a good view of the
Tatsumi.
person's face,
the
but it was a
punk kid.
guy, wasn't it?
He's gonna learn to love. Right now, he's all hardened by being on the streets, but when he sees that
So that's how I
friendship
looked
is
on TV.
magic, he'll come around and we'll learn something private about him.
Wait a
Like,
moment.
maybe
Didn't
his
all
mom
the
is
victims
sick.
have one thing in common? That they were females with ties to the first incident?
that's what we thought.
Well,
But we
shit.
still don't know who exactly we saw.
In my case, the image on the Midnight Channel changed after I was kidnapped, right?
Yeah, the screen got clear all of a sudden, and the program looked like some low-budget TV show. Come to think of it, maybe Teddy was right. Maybe we were seeing the other Yukiko from that world.
Yes.
But last night, we couldn't clearly see whoever it was. Could that mean he isn't inside the TV yet?
Scooby Gang
If
over
so,
here.
then
Probably find him on Amazon, Sleepy. I think that they might be on PSN. Someone else can confirm. I know there are some Shin Megami Tensei games on PSN.
no, that's not what I meant. Nothing happened to me while my image on TV was fuzzy, right? If that still holds true for this person, I don't think he's been kidnapped yet. If we can figure out who he is, can we prevent him from being taken?
No, that would break the formula.
Yeah.
It's got to be
And if all
taken
goes
so
well,
we
we
can go
might
do
catch
a
the
little
killer in the
event
bargain.
to separate him from the darkness of his heart.
To do that,
so
we need to know who the latest
he can
Midnight
be a
Channel
friend
star
and
is.
have a persona.
I hate to say it, but I guess we'll have to wait another night and see what
I
happens.
feel like they probably should have planted the punk kid like a couple weeks ago instead of on the very same day. Right.
Though the image was hard to make out, and we can't say for sure who it was definitely a young male. But if that's the case, it goes entirely against our prior assumptions. Since we cannot identify the person at this time, we have no choice but to wait and see what happens.
That's exactly what we just said.
Shut up!
You're so funny, Chie. Oh no, my funny bone.
Yeah, they did mention the motorcycle gangs. I just think it's a little on the nose for them to show you the character like the very same day that he gets kidnapped, right? Maybe they're trying to make sure that you remember.
This is how Yukiko really is.
Not an unusual thing to do.
Who'd have thought?
But if they're gonna do that, then don't have the characters pretend like, who is that?
I get the feeling I've seen him before.
What could this be?
Pretty recently, too.
You think so?
Oh, you too? Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing since last night. Well, let's check the TV again tonight and think about it more tomorrow.
No, it's a lot of dialogue there. A lot of voice acted dialogue. They could have opened this whole conversation with that.
Crazy hyena?
That's a good one, Chie.
Characters don't exist until they're important. Yeah. I guess that should make you appreciate better in games when it doesn't
You're
work
back.
that way. And that kind of happened in Lost Odyssey recently too, right? Where you meet the two little kids and their mom, Kaim's grandkids. It's like that whole scene would have worked a lot better if we had spent a little bit of time with them, maybe with a character other than Gaim, instead of just like, surprise! Oh, you should be mourning. It's like, I don't know any of these people. I don't have any reason to be connected to them. I think the PS3 still has component inputs. Depends on what model, I guess. Should be pretty cheap if you find like an old used PS3. I bet you can find one for sub $50 these days. You can probably find a hard copy of Persona 3 or 4 on Amazon without paying too much. Ben is not here today. Still haven't unpacked the extension cable for USB. I'm working on it though.
Did you see that?
There we go.
Yeah, I think so too. I knew I saw him somewhere. It was on TV. He was on that special news report. He's one scary dude. He was even yelling at the camera to get bent.
That's
All right,
frightening.
So we finally have a lead. Let's all get together tomorrow,
Breaking
okay?
social norms.
I almost
What?
forgot. It's kind of off subject, but as long as you're on the line, mind if I ask something? It's something I've been meaning to ask for a while. So, what do you think about Yukiko and Chie? I mean, let's not mince words. Which one's your type? Kind of harsh, don't you think? Well,
That's
I kind
not
of understand.
what
They're
I
great
meant.
girls, but you saw their ugly
I
sides
wasn't
right off, and I
being
guess your
harsh.
first impression is the one that sticks. Hey, but don't worry. This is just between you and me.
I'm
Okay? See you tomorrow.
holding back. This is me holding back. I'm sorry.
The one who was on last night. It's that guy, right?
Kanji Tatsumi, huh? He definitely didn't look like the social type.
Now there's an understatement. Isn't he really scary? Did you see the news special the other day?
Yeah, I saw it.
You mean the special on biker gangs? I watched it too. It wasn't like that when he was younger, though.
You know him, Yukiko?
Uh-huh.
That's a
But
cool
we haven't
development.
talked to each other in a long time. His family runs a textile shop, and we've been a customer of theirs for many years. So I speak with Kanji-kun's mother from time to time. Oh, why don't we go there now? We might
Oh
be
yeah,
able to
no,
talk to him in person.
I get why they asked. It's fine.
Sounds good.
It's a
At
bro
the very
thing to
least,
ask,
we
right?
can ask if
Yosuke is
anything
kind of a bro.
strange has come up lately.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't want to
Yeah.
run into him in a dark alley, but I'm pretty sure he won't fly off the handle at his family's store.
Also, him responding
All right, then let's
kind of
get going.
inappropriately to me saying neither is like me saying I don't like
if
either
things
of
get
them.
rough, we're counting on you guys.
Probably also in character, right? My issue is less with the simulation there. Because you watch a movie that
it's so
has
nice to
people
see
that act
you.
like that, right? It's
Well then, if you'll
the way
excuse
that
me, ma'am.
Persona
I'm sorry that I couldn't help more.
celebrates
It's all right.
it. Maybe
You've
isn't
given
the
me
right
plenty
word.
to think about.
That's a
Thank you.
man? That's not a man. Watch it turn out to not be a guy.
What's up with him? Weirdo.
I think you can do a lot with like
Never seen him
tone
before.
and
Yuki-chan,
presentation.
you're as lovely as always.
You don't have to like outwardly
Your features are starting
condemn
to
stuff,
remind me of your mother when
but
she
I don't
was
think
young.
Persona's
How
neutral
can
when
I
it
help
comes
you
to
today?
things like that.
Are you out shopping with your friends?
Isn't this cool?
Oh, well, actually...
He's got some courage out of it, yeah. That's a common trope in the West too, right?
The scarf. I've seen this.
I guess
somewhere
maybe part of the
before.
problem is the main character is silent, so you don't get to be like, dude,
Huh?
chill
Oh, you're
out.
right. Where was that?
Oh, it was that place inside the TV.
That's right. That room with those faceless posters. Then it's that announcer's.
Are you acquaintances of Miss Yamano?
Well, kinda. Did Ms. Yamano happen to have a scarf like this?
Yes. It was a special order she placed. She actually ordered a pair, but in the end, she said she only wanted the women's scarf. It left us with no choice but to sell this one separately.
Oh man, there is a connection to the first case. What are we gonna do?
How should I know?
Hello? Delivery
It
here
sounds
for the
exactly
Tatsumis.
like our
Oh, I'll be right
doorbell
there.
here at home.
I'm sorry. You'll have to excuse me.
Oh, it's okay. We should get going.
Headphone sounds pretty good.
I'll come again, ma'am.
Is that so? Well then, please say hello to your mother for me.
It really is connected to the first case after all. But it's just a scarf. Would the killer target someone just because of that? Damn it, what's going on? Come on, let's talk outside.
It's Kanji-kun.
Quick, hide!
Say that to Kanji Club.
You're not fooling anyone, you know.
Shh, I can't hear what they're saying.
Tomorrow's fine with me. Huh?
That
School.
cool popped collar.
Of course I'm going to school.
Then I'll meet you at the gates
See
after
if
school
Shinji
tomorrow.
lives.
Did he say he was interested? He's a guy. And I'm a guy, but he's interested in me? Huh? What the hell are you pricks looking at?
That scared the hell out of me! He's even worse in person than on TV!
One on
That
TV
seems very
last night was
Japanese,
definitely
right?
Kanji-kun.
Yeah, and I just realized something. Remember the common points we were talking about? His mom fits
Someone
the
yells at
pattern.
you and calls you a
She's
prick.
a woman, and
in
she
the
knew
West,
Ms.
if you really
Yamano.
just roll your eyes at them.
But
like,
it was
wait,
her son
kid.
who appeared on TV. So what does that mean?
Blonde hair in Japan has very rebellious connotations. Sure. I saw a lot of people with gray hair, like high school kids with their hair dyed gray in Japan. I think that might be a more recent phenomenon, though.
Whoa, I hadn't thought about that.
Oh, maybe it's similar to my case. If you think about it, my mother fit the victim profile more than I did. She was the one who dealt directly with Miss Yamano, but I was the one who was targeted.
Does that mean it'll be the kid again instead of the mother? But if that's true, then the killer's motive makes no sense at all. It'd have nothing to do with silencing witnesses or revenge or
I'm excited to move things along and get
we're on the
Billy
wrong
Idol
track.
in my party here.
Maybe even the first case had nothing to do with grudges
It's
or
a
revenge.
nice day for a white
Or is
wedding.
there some kind of secret in the textile shop itself? I'm totally lost.
But we can't ignore this.
We haven't
Why
been
don't we
in
just go ahead and ask Kanji
Schmarterus in a
himself?
while, so
We could at least see if anything
It's a nice
odd's
day to
happened lately.
start
Scares
again.
the wits out of me, but
Hey, wasn't Kanji making plans with that weird kid a moment ago? Something about meeting up at school? I heard he's been skipping school ever since the new year started. Doesn't that seem a little suspicious?
yeah, something did seem weird. It's suspicious, all right. There's something funny going on here. I can sense it.
Sense? You sound like Teddy. Still, we might find some clues. Alright, let's try staking out both Kanji and his family's store. We definitely don't want the killer getting ahead of us. That being said, Yukiko, can I have your cell number?
Hey, was this your plan all along?
No. I got everybody's phone number except for hers. And the Y section of my address book needs some filling out.
While we're on the subject, could you stop calling me at night just to tell dirty jokes? You really sound like a pervert.
What's a dirty joke that he
Hey,
tells?
I'm
Give me an
trying to have a
example.
conversation with Yukiko here.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to buy tofu on my way home.
Ooh, she didn't hear a word I said.
Okay then, the stakeout is set for tomorrow. Stakeouts? Tailing people? I'm getting goosebumps.
Stake out the textile shop. Cool. I'm ready.
Welcome home.
Thanks. How you doing? Steak. The steak thing was pretty funny. Oh, gravy.
Has the target arrived at school?
Yes, ma'am. Visual ID confirmed. Target arrived in zone near the end of his mess break, with mother-issued rations in hand. Current status, in the bathroom, fixing his hair.
Oh,
The target was
Scooby
acting
Gang.
nervous. I left my position before he had a chance to pick on me.
I wonder what kind of plans they made. It didn't seem like he knew that boy very well.
Was there history? I thought it was just something that Marie said
Well,
about
I think there's something more subtle.
beefsteak.
He's here.
Sir. Chie likes food, in case you didn't know. It's a pretty subtle character trait. You really have to be paying attention. You have to watch like a 3-hour game theory video to
I didn't keep you waiting, I hope.
really just dive into
No,
the subtle aspect
just
of her
got here,
character.
What in the world was that?
Anyways, we gotta hurry after them or we'll lose them.
You know that
then let's
infamous
split up into
image
two
of
groups. One team will follow Kanji, and the other will stake out the shop.
Roger that.
Breaking Bad, where they're in the restaurant and it's like this hyper-analyzation or hyper-analysis of everything. Like, you know, the mustard represents Walt cooking in the desert, and it's separated away from Skylar because you can tell that he's mad at her. And... yeah, go with Chie.
I wouldn't mind going with you, but you'd leave Yukiko with Yosuke? That worries me, for other reasons.
I'm sure they're fine.
Oh man, they're almost out of sight. Come on, Yosuke!
So I'm pairing up with Chie? Okay. Alright.
Oh, nice. So it
pretend
came
we're
out
on
of
a
a
date to
comic?
make it look
That's
natural.
interesting. I didn't realize that it was coming out of the
Not
fan
in a
community.
million years.
I'm guessing that it
No
was
need for that if we
only
stay
coming
out
out
of
of the
sight.
English localization fan community then too,
Let's
right?
hurry up and go!
Just his left thumb. He's advanced
Wonder if those
DPs.
two will be all right.
He looks like less of a douche when he's doing that, at least.
Oh, that leaves us in charge of staking out the textile shop. So, shall we?
Ugh. The apotheosis of memes. I see. Someone did mention comic spoilers.
Sorry about the wait. This one's for you.
Thanks. The water? I want the mango juice,
Everything
man.
seems fine at the shop. I hope it stays that way. Do you think the culprit will come?
No worries, I'll protect you.
Then we need to keep our eyes open. It would be scary if the culprit did show up. But if they do, I'll do what I can to help you catch them. You all saved my life. I don't want to be the only one doing nothing. I mean, I'm sure there's something I can do.
Summon a persona when we go to TV World.
Sorry. I went on and
And
on
be a
without
productive
realizing.
party member.
I guess I'm a little nervous. I've never chatted with a boy my age like this before. Chie, of course, has no problem getting along with guys because of her personality. But I think she's had more fun hanging out with you and Yosuke lately.
Really not that different. It's nurture
Same
versus
is true
nature.
for me.
Just a person. I got junk in my trunk. My badunkadunk. It's all dangly bits. Different from your not so dangly bits, but it's cool. We can still be friends. Doesn't have to be weird. Priestess Arcana. Okay, that makes sense. There's a separation between a priestess and a high priestess. Let me see if I can find a replacement USB cable.
Huh? Okay, if you want.
I
Can't always
guess that was a
answer since
romantic
I help
action.
out around the inn, but feel free to call anytime.
Oh, they are the same thing? DPs.
Man, this is weird.
Yeah,
There you go,
we
Nodovan.
definitely stand out.
He'll be
No, I mean them. I get this weird feeling
come together over me type character.
Weird? What about them's weird?
I don't know how to put it. Maybe it's just my
He's our Ringo.
imagination. Hey, how do you think the others are doing?
Beats me. For all we know, he's hitting on Yukiko as we speak.
Yeah, no. He's not like you. Yukiko doesn't seem to be interested in that stuff anyway. Wait, are you saying he's interested in her?
Huh? I wouldn't know. We don't really talk about that kind of stuff.
Now I'm even more suspicious. You know something, don't you?
I seriously don't know. It's not like we've been hanging out that long.
The hell are you two doing?
It's a good question. Thanks, Billy Idol.
You see, we're
Saving the
just
day.
two crazy lovebirds.
What do you mean, bird?
Nani?
Play along, bird brain.
Didn't I see you guys yesterday?
Yeah, we've been like peeping on you.
Come on. It just so happened that we were walking behind you guys. Pure coincidence. Hey,
Shinji
our houses
too.
are
Hopefully he doesn't
just
die.
over that way, so we'll be going now.
Look, we weren't planning on getting in you guys' way, and there's nothing strange about it
He seems more
either.
rebel than Shinji, though.
Strange.
Shinji just seemed like perpetually bummed.
Keep your big mouth shut.
Whoa, wait. Damn it! This ain't what you think. You got it all wrong. Hey, Are you listening, damn it? It seriously ain't like that!
Oh, interesting. Propagable. So it changed the dialogue based on what you told him?
Inform that our
That's
mission
cool.
failed.
There was nowhere to hide.
Well, let's wait here a little longer.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's,
Kanji-kun will come home.
The Scooby, like the 9 doors in the hallway.
Huh? What are you
Yakety
guys
sax.
doing here?
Oh,
Where are
dialogue is
those
the same.
stupid lovebirds I just saw?
We're not a couple!
Why are you
There's a
assholes
funny
following me around?
Futurama Scooby-Doo
hell's
joke where they have one of those hallways with like the 9
I ain't
doors.
saying this is you guys' fault.
Chase someone out one door and through the other, and then it's just a steady shot on an empty hallway.
Hey, mind if we ask something? Has anything strange happened to you lately?
That topic's gonna come up in my Life is Strange
Strange?
review that's
This
almost done.
strange stuff,
Propagable.
huh? Are you saying that I'm strange?
I love that idea in decision-based games.
No, I didn't mean...
You shitheads better get the hell out of my face, or I'm taking you down!
What? Wait, why?
I look like I'm joking!
Dude, just have patience. We're gonna be friends any day now. Best buds. You probably use an axe? Maybe? Your persona's weak to...
Well, nothing happened today,
Wind,
so I guess
maybe?
everything's okay. But it's already been a few days since he appeared on the Midnight Channel. If this is anything like Yukiko's case, it'll happen soon.
And we
Crush your
can't let our
dangly
guard
bits.
down. I think we should come back tomorrow to
Crush
check
you
up
like a
on
biker gang.
Looks like we got no choice. Let's go home. I'm wiped.
Pretzel's call me. It's Troy Baker. Oh. I will try to get up and see if I can find another USB cable soon to keep that little error message from popping up. Can crush pretzels. It's true.
Hello? It's Yukiko. I'm sorry to call so late. Kanji-kun seems to be missing. I had some calls to make for the inn, so I called the textile shop as well. When I spoke to Kanji-kun's mother, she told me that he'd left the house and hasn't returned since. She did say that this happens all the time, but what do you think?
Oh my god. Oh my god! Although actually it was sort of obvious.
I think so too. He could be... It's going to rain again tonight. Maybe the Midnight Channel will come on. Then we'll know for sure if something happened to Kanji-kun or not. I'll make sure to check out the TV at midnight.
Although you can't hear me if you're chatting, it sounds like. Maybe he quickly swaps so that the chat delay catches up. It's cool, you're not missing anything. Bihan is Jahan's brother.
Hello, dear viewers. It's time for Bad Bathhouse. Tonight I'll introduce a superb site for those searching for sublime love that surpasses the separation of the sexes. I'm your host, Kanji Tatsumi, serving you this scandalously special sneak-in report. Goodness gracious, just imagine the things that might happen to me there. Woo! Well then, let's get this show on the road. Toodaloo!
Image of a dog. Guess I can see that with his haircut. Too flustered. Calm down.
But that was completely over the top! Though, it really was Kanji. Damn it, we guessed right, but he still slipped through our fingers. held our ground and stayed there a little longer.
It just depends on how they're going to present it going forward, sir. If they're presenting that as like a negative, oh, that's the darkness of his heart that we have to crush, right?
We better hurry and come up with a plan tomorrow.
But if like Billy Idol is just legit a gay character, then that's cool. Good for Persona. I was wondering if they were ever going to explore something like that. There's a lot of good potential social material to cover there, as long as they do so in a respectful and
Kanji's already inside the
way.
TV.
I wonder what the Midnight Channel really
Was
is.
the Persona 3 character made in the image of any kind of animal?
At first, I thought it was one of those paranormal things, but when I gave it a try, it was real. Turns out it's actually connected to another world.
If there's a rumor going around, that means a bunch of people are watching it.
How did the rumor go? If you stare into a turned-off TV on a rainy night.
No one in their right mind would try something that ridiculous, don't you think? Unless someone urged them to. But if you actually try, it does work. And not just once. If this rumor spreads and everyone starts watching the Midnight Channel...
It could cause a huge panic.
If Teddy is right, the missing people themselves create the stuff we see. So it's not random. It's specifically related to whoever goes missing.
Huh. Yukiko had a show too, but she doesn't remember doing anything like that.
This might be a little off subject, but the culprit is probably watching the shows that come on, right?
No doubt. He's probably sitting back and enjoying... Oh, wait a sec. I bet he is enjoying it. He's probably laughing his head off watching the show that comes on after he throws people into the TV.
Ah, I get it. Yeah, it's definitely possible. Ugh. Now when I think of the killer, I get this image of a total sicko. I want to see everything about you, Yuki-chan.
Oh, Wait. So if people saw Yukiko's show, do you think people were watching what happened to me
What's Joker?
too? Oh, that is it! That killer is dead meat! I'm gonna leave footprints all over his face! Guys, first we save Kanji, then we crush the killer. Finally, we crush the killer and send him to hell! Got it?
Because of the rain. Hey! Guaranteed investigation team rank.
Chie, those last two were the same thing.
I know.
Right.
Hey, Teddy, someone's here, right?
Oh, yep. I think someone's here.
You think? Do you know where he is?
I don't know.
We think it's a boy named Kanji.
I don't know.
What's
You
wrong?
have one job,
Not
Teddy.
feeling well?
Well, I sniff and I sniff, but I still can't tell where the smell comes from.
Aren't you thinking too much about too many things? I mean, last time you were wondering about who you really are and how long you've been here. Your head's empty to begin with, dude. Don't stress out over stuff too much.
You're right.
Whoa.
Do like a Commander Shepard code name they can refer to people by, no matter what name you enter.
Kanji is,
That's kind of a newer game
can't just
idea.
wander around aimlessly in a place like this.
It's been really common, I think, since around 2012 or so.
I know what might help. You should give me a clue about this Kanji person. It's just a feeling I have.
Ashen
I
One,
think I
the
could concentrate
Unburned,
better
Commander
with it.
Shepard,
Do you have
the
anything
Inquisitor,
that could give me a good understanding of him?
the Exile.
Something about Kanji, huh? I can't really think of anything besides all the rumors about him.
Yeah, it's not like we know him that well.
I just need some sort of hint. Something that tells me what he's really
Dick
like.
Jerkface is the
Why don't we ask
PC
around and
canon
find people
name.
who know Kanji-kun personally?
He's not a nice person. I thought we were gonna do some digigame. Go talk around. Probably open up more floors of Schmarterus. Bearer of the curse, yeah. Seek less. Radical Punk and Daddy-O. Dude probably like sits on his porch with a pack of cigarettes rolled up in his wife beater. Now, will the character who gives us the hint have some kind of icon over their head? Slash, will they be indoors? Or Yosuke seems to imply I won't be in the shopping district. Daddy-O is a pretty cool name, I gotta admit. Yeah, you can just tell me if you want. Hey, Yahan, how's it going? None of the, like, rando NPCs really have anything interesting to say, so... But in the meantime, I'll just walk around and find it. That's what the other girls said. Textile shop is called Textile. I don't know where that is. I don't know where the kid would be. I think talking to her is triggered the new person spawning wherever they are. Nobody new here, although maybe they'll have dialogue options. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do some leveling up here.
Whoa, something's here!
Fox just joins us.
Fox? When did it...
Whoa, where did this guy come from?
Dude, it looks scary too.
Oh, this apron. I
Yeah, I
think I've
gotcha.
seen it at the shrine before.
Huh? Curious with leaves?
Huh? Cooperate with us?
Are you serious? So it wants money in exchange for fixing us up?
Yep.
What's with this guy? It acts like it understands what we're talking about.
It's a magic fox, totally does.
It yipped again. Maybe it really does understand what we're saying.
But when you think about it, that means the police on duty and whatnot didn't find this fox, right? If it followed after us, then it really is something. Huh? You think it really understands us? What should we do?
Well, I'd feel bad if we trapped it. It doesn't look like it'll do us any harm. What do you think? Yeah. And thinking about what happened at the shrine, don't you think this curing would be a big help for us?
Huh? Are you suggesting we take it into that other world? I guess that might work. It doesn't seem like it's going to leave that easily either. And I definitely don't want it being all sulky and getting up to mischief in the store.
Heals you. Do we have to get glasses for the fox? Now, if I choose to enter the TV and there's not actually anywhere for me to explore inside, I guess I could fight some of the enemies I've already encountered. Try to get some money. Being poor is not great for things like social links. I think I can justify it. Okay. Schmarterison. It's not letting me anyway. There's a lot of points in this game and in Persona 3 where it's like there's only one thing that you're really allowed to do, but it still lets you walk around, especially like when it puts you in the house. And it's like, okay, I don't see my uncle, so I guess I'm gonna go outside. Oh, wait. Can't go outside. Alright, well, I guess I'll go talk to... Wait, no, can't do that. It's interesting it doesn't just like advance the day automatically in those cases. I already did Darkstar. I mentioned that I need to come back to the food court the next day. Yeah, I can appreciate the dark arts. And the Gala over here. Evil looking demon statue you can. Gives you a chance to save. Okay. That seems fair enough. Maybe they could integrate the saving into the days changing? I don't know. Guess that takes time if you didn't actually want to save.
Yep.
I'll get the strength Arcana, why not?
Alright.
Grabbing some grub.
Whoa! What? Sorry.
Hey Chaos, how you doing? Having it as a saving option definitely makes sense. Nice. Well killed. Basketball? See you, Darkstar. Cool, have fun, Omnit. Good seeing you.
Welcome home.
Thanks. Now let's do that. Sounds great. So happy.
Big bro.
To decide whether I'm an only child or not, let's go with nope. I have you. That is a suave thing to say. That wit. Nanako is the best. I have a game that's nothing but Nanako. She's awesome. Unfortunately, the it is
Yo.
okay. The only right answer. Because I'm confident that the game will not make anything untoward of that relationship, and if it does, I wouldn't put it past Persona to make something untoward of that relationship, but so far it's been totally kosher. Yeah, Alex just got the Justice Arcana. Is there like a word of God argument for why each character represents each Arcana? Or is that mostly just like the fan base theorizing on which is which? Yeah, I agree, propagable. The fact that I'm not certain it won't be, but so far it's been totally fine. She's a cool character. Top 10. Oh, becomes slightly closer to all your school friends. That's cool. Working on it. Good on tiny soul tomatoes. Told him outright he seemed to be an odd person. Expression changed. Some sort of complex. Does odd person have a specific context in Japanese or something? Nice, Kevin. Get in there. Alright, go report to Timmy.
Okay, that's
I
all
see.
of us.
Yeah,
Let's go. Okie. Please make sure someone gives glasses to the fox. I really wish you heard this song longer. It's really cool. It's that weird thing with the red apron. Let's both do our best. Pat its head. We'll see how much that costs later. Does he just heal you, or does he recover your SP as
Found
well?
out more about Kanji. A complex. That's it? That's all I have to go on? You're working me to the stuffing. Oh well, then I'll open my nose up real wide.
In
and
my
sniff
case,
real
it's
hard.
for the perks, Sleeping. I think the dream is that you're invested enough in the game and that you care enough about the characters that it's
Is
both.
this it? Follow me.
And the characters in this game are certainly more interesting, and I'm interested in following up on them. But the way they do the writing for the social link cutscenes just takes a really long time to get to the point, and that can be frustrating. It's like if you want to learn something new about them, it takes a while to get there.
Is it just me, or does the fog here
I think I know what
seem
you mean,
kinda
though. Yeah.
different?
I think that
Glasses are
if
fogging up.
you play the game
It's
and you
hot in
connect
here.
with the characters, you'll be doing it for
This is like
both.
Come here, pussycat. Oh, such well-defined pecs. There's no need to be scared. Now just relax.
Recommendations, same kanji used for hentai. Okay, sir.
Wait a sec. I don't want to go.
You'll be fine, Yosuke. Not a big deal.
Is Kanji-kun really here, Teddy?
The nose knows.
We're really going in here? I can already feel the sweat rolling down my back.
That's because it's so hot.
This is like a sauna, right? Prepare yourself for the rescue mission. Okay. Okay, so it's not like one TV World tower. Schmarterus is broken up into different lobbies, I guess, in different zones. It's all the same basic thing, though. Assume she's weak against ice. Yep, weak against ice, strong against fire. And she learns Medea, that's nice. Well, I mean, it's separate dungeons, but it's not really, right? It's like saying that there's separate dungeons, or pretending like Tartarus is one consistent dungeon. It's like as soon as you get to a new floor with a new layout, you're basically in a different zone. Tag winter outfit. That's the Groucho Marx classes. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, different music too, that's cool. The enemy. Yeah, that song's really cool, not even.
A rare monster. Beat the stuffing out of it.
Dungeons aren't random in P5, that's cool. Yeah. I think that authorial intent is really important to my enjoyment of a lot of games. And sometimes you can do random generation and have it be fun if it's like a roguelike game. Oh, I need to change her settings.
Couldn't do it.
One enemy! Fight!
I have to wait till after this battle to be able to change her, I think.
Couldn't quite beat it.
This one's tough!
You're just strong against all magic for the most part, right?
It's not going down.
We're gonna use all of our resources trying to kill this thing. It's gonna run away. It's happened so many times now. Probably should have buffed at the start too, or debuffed him. Might be a little bit too late, we'll see. Ow.
It's not going down.
I can't defeat it. Come on! Take it! Someone finish it off!
It's gonna run away this turn. I can feel it. Leveling curve is better because of the non-random dungeons. Oh, lucky.
Yuki-chan seriously out to lunch!
Come on! Take it! Someone finish it off!
It's gonna run away. This isn't gonna quite kill it. It's gonna miss. Bewildered, huh?
Just one enemy left!
Turned against the party.
Yuki-chan seriously out to lunch!
Couldn't quite beat it.
So don't miss, Double Fangs. There we go. First one of those we've
We
killed.
won! Congratulations, Sensei!
Congratulations.
Ah, level up!
Yeah, that's a cool way to do it, Spiky. Oh, the combat items work well against the hands? I didn't realize the amount of damage they dealt was static. It's good to know.
I leveled up!
Okay. Generally, more access to healing is always a good thing.
Someone help Sensei! His health is low!
I'm actually gonna go back and save here since it's our first time killing one of those. We usually run away before we finish them. $2,820 yen! Holy carp! That's a lot. Cool. I feel like they were getting there with this game. They were too trivial to kill in Persona 3, but they also didn't really give you anything interesting. And then this one, they're really important because they give you a ton of XP and money, but they're annoying to fight because you spend all your resources and they just run away before you finish them off. I like that the floor is different instead of being a castle.
That's a strong enemy! Don't get hurt! This
Lightning still, probably. These are the guys that blow up, if I recall correctly.
That's some thick skin.
I'll remember to switch her eventually, though.
2 enemies left! You hit its with.
Ooh, can I have this one?
Sure.
Okay, okay.
Galactic Punt.
Here's our chance. Let's go.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, okay. Hopefully it doesn't blow up. I like the all-out attack animation. Shuffle time. Half XP. Blue stealth card. One card I already have. Alright, that's not bad. Yeah. Tonberries and cactuars, I feel like you don't start encountering them until you have the tools to deal with them, at least. And there's less of a feeling of resources being as precious in Final Fantasy as they are in this game, at least. So this early in the game, I really have a very limited amount of SP that I can use to explore, and wasting a good chunk of it on the equivalent of a metal slime and then having it run away is a bummer.
Yuki-chan's scared! Counting on you! Persona! Someone else's turn.
Yeah.
Persona! 3 enemies! Let's get through this!
Come on!
Yeah, because it just like waste your time, right?
Reinforcements are here! Not good! It's... Yuki-chan's scared! Counting on you! Persona!
Thanks a million!
Yuki-chan, don't run away!
It's a bummer.
Persona! Go, Sensei! You knocked it down! Four enemies! You gotta hang in there!
Come on! Yikes, it's tough!
It got back up! Hurry and beat it!
Now, it doesn't lose its turn in that situation, right?
Oh, Chie-chan, that was beautiful!
Earned.
Counting on you! That's it, Yosuke! One enemy down! It's down!
I'm not win on those guys too.
Good answer. Here we come! Good work, Sensei! That's one so far!
Cool. Strength, exciting. Thanks, sir. I had actually forgotten again. Appreciate that. See, Omnicron, where do I go to do that? Talk to her or something?
Are you alright, Yosuke? You're hurt!
Square. Thank you. Save again. So I feel like I'm pushing really hard in these fights right now. I didn't do any grinding before coming to this next zone. So I may as well save frequently. Very easily just get into a random battle and have something very bad happen. Shit. I was forgiven.
There are 3 enemies! Careful!
Fire maybe on the evil,
Yosuke's ice won't work on this one! 3 enemies! Let's get through this! Counting on you! Persona! That's
I'm
it,
guessing
Yosuke!
fire.
One enemy down!
Persona! Couldn't do it.
Really?
Ice won't work on this one!
No elemental weaknesses. Maybe physical? I haven't tried that yet. Guess it could be light too.
Alright, keep it up!
Yeah, right. It's true. Not all bad.
Chie-chan is swatting them left and right! Oh, you...
Let's ready?
The enemy has returned to normal.
Couldn't quite beat it. Chie, now's our chance! Alright!
Oh, that's cool. Why is that happening? Is there something they have a chance to do occasionally? You're on rush. Right on. Does that ever happen when you're not on rush, or only when you select attack for multiple characters? Fine, carry that over. Do slightly more SP recovery, but I'm guessing the Cups card still isn't good enough to keep you going through the level on its own. Try to keep an eye on my SP so I can see how much level 2 actually recovers. Is there anything you don't know?
Uh-oh! This one's really strong! Yikes!
Monopolizing Cupid.
4 enemies left! Counting on you! That's some thick skin!
Not wind.
It's over!
Not fire, although pretty good damage. Lightning maybe?
No one stands in Sensei's way!
Come on!
Ice.
Good move, Chie-chan!
You gotta get... Well, I think she actually just did get Mabufu recently, didn't she? Sacked itself to heal the other one? Is that what just happened? I thought Rakamura brought you to 1 hit point to heal the others, but I guess when enemies use it, it kills them.
It's not going down! 2 enemies! Charge through them!
Yo, so persistent!
I don't think I have access to ice anymore, do I? Or 407. I really like that animation for changing persona, it looks cool.
Corneus! Go, Sensei! You knocked it down!
Let's
Skilled commander. Chest keys. More money. What does Sharp Student do? Is that the one that changes their XP gain rate? Seems like that might be worth going for. Oh, that's cool. He learns Rotunda. Oh, it reduces chance to be crit. It's the one I'm thinking of that changes XP.
Don't get hurt! It's not going down. 4 enemies! You gotta hang in there!
I can't defeat it. Come on! Take this!
I don't remember what the context was for that quote. Growth, okay. So we want to get pretty early if we can. Oops. This game is very stylish, even more so than up here. Even more so than Persona 3, which is saying a lot. It's a very stylish game. Try to get to another floor and then pop out.
Sensei!
Hey, that's exciting. I wish I would have leveled up first. 8 personas is the maximum amount, is that right? I've heard that 5 ratchets up the style even further.
I smell 2 enemies! Beat them up! Someone else's turn. 2 enemies! Charge
Goes up to 12.
I can't defeat it.
Just got the death fan. It's cute. This song reminds me of the soundtrack for
Good work, Sensei! That's 1 so far!
The World Ends With You.
Go get him!
Cool. I'm not going to get a sweep, which is too bad. The sexy horseman. Nice. Deals light physical damage to one foe with a chance of silence. Rather have double fangs, I think.
Another level for me!
That's a game about Japanese teenagers that I really, really like. That game is crazy, though, mechanically and from a story perspective. There's always another exit. Maybe just multiple ways you can get to the stair room. So I'm still a little bit worried about, you know, the dungeon for Billy Idol being a gay bathhouse. Like, I think this is something that they could explore in a really cool way, in a very mature way. Because even if, like, the darkness isn't inside him isn't that he's gay, it's him struggling with his identity. Like, that's a really cool idea. But I'm worried that they're not going to take that approach to it. But I don't want to judge it yet. could still take the cool approach. We'll see.
Persona! Great, Sensei! Go for broke!
Alright, so attack. We can let Chie freeze all of them here.
Someone else's turn. 3 enemies left!
Yeah! I couldn't do it. Come on!
I like having party-wide elemental attack spells.
Here, let's go!
Senri, Empress. Huh. Yeah, okay. It's a mushroom head tiger lady? Good job, Chie. Yeah, it's actually very similar. So Sleepy, if you've never played the Shin Megami Tensei series, I haven't either. Persona is technically a spin-off of that series, and Shin Megami Tensei was Pokemon before Pokemon, and it's hard Pokemon before Pokemon. The Pokemon games have always been really, really easy, but the SMT games were originally about you collect this group of demons that you catch like Pokemon, and you train them up and they fight for you. You can like fuse them together, breeding, evolve them. And this kind of takes that and makes a more traditional JRPG out of it, mixed with the dating sim element. Yeah. 91 for the NES was the first SMT game. Really cool. That idea's been around for so long. You buy more Go Homes. Pokemon borrowed from SMT. Mythology Pokemon, yeah. Limited ability slots. In this game, the persona that you equip are less like Pokemon and they're more like your job in a Final Fantasy game. Kind of, but not really. The main character is the only one that's allowed to change jobs. So am I not allowed to return to the castle now, or is that going to become available later on in the game?
But they're too slow. You can win this. Do your
best, he was gonna say. Do my best.
3 enemies left.
I didn't really realize that Yosuke's place was a dungeon. It was so short. Fair enough. Another floor of Schmarkerus. Dark Stolen from Persona. QED Propagable. It's a neat system.
Uh-oh, Yuki-chan's showing no mercy. Chie-chan's hurt! Someone help her! You can win this!
Try the wing pit.
Throw down! Someone else's turn. 2 enemies! Charge through them!
I see.
Persona! I couldn't do it.
You can win this!
Haven't tried lightning. I think that's Archangel. Archangel. Maybe light or dark.
Yuki-chan! This doesn't look good!
This isn't gonna end badly. That division with Monado.
Sensei! Sensei!
I was at full health. It's okay. That's Persona. I thought I did. We can try to do that before we go into the room where it says Kanji is. Current gear is chainmail. I don't remember. I needed money was the big part of the problem. Oops.
I smell 4 enemies! Show them your stuff! Amazing, Sensei! Keep it up! Yosuke's completely out of it! Yuki-chan's scared!
I like the design of the status effect icons on the portraits. It looks cool.
2 enemies down! Fantastic, Chie-chan!
Impulsive food. That's kind of nice that she gets to continue getting once mores. She missed the first time. I guess when she's using Mabufu, it's reflecting on her, which is bad.
Someone finish it off!
It got back up! Hurry and beat it!
Good job, Yosuke.
Someone else's turn.
Yikes! Reinforcements!
You learn this guy's weakness. Fire? No, it's wind. Disregard.
Archangel! You're awesome, Sensei! Go, go, go! Nice!
Couldn't quite beat it.
2 enemies left! Yuki-chan beat an enemy! Keep going! Throw down! It's not going down.
Yeah, it's expensive for something that's not gonna always hit, right?
Go get him!
Let's see how much that was. Yeah. It's like the definition of Japan. What is Japan? I think that's a preset floor, but I want to kill some more stuff and get some more money before I leave here. 12,000. That's quite a bit more. That's an interesting looking enemy.
Careful!
Say the least. Bribed Fuzz.
That's it, Yosuke! 1 enemy down! That's it, Yosuke!
Wow,
1 enemy
Yosuke-kun!
down! You can win this! Do your best!
Stylish looking enemy.
It's not going down.
Not wind.
Persona!
Not lightning.
3 enemies left!
Come on!
Not ice.
It's over! There! 2 left!
Fire. Okay, good to know.
It will end here!
Hey! Yamotsu Shikome. I used her way too long in Persona 3. Remember, she had some ability early on that was really good, and that's when I learned that, nope, you can't just use whatever persona you want. if you like an early one, it's sort of like in Pokemon where it's like if you like Charmander too bad, you're gonna have to have Charizard. That one's a fool. You get Apsaras back pretty trivially. See if I can walk back out of the dungeon and check out the Velvet Room. Maybe I can do some crafting. Kill some dudes on the way there. I mean the first two, Persona 1 and 2. Or is there another one? He keeps chasing you forever. Wow, this game is so much more forgiving when it comes to swinging your weapon at them. Persona 3 is really brutal.
It's down!
Oh, me! Here I go!
Galactic Punts! Really cool ability.
Alright, okay!
That's the Innocent Sin one. Okay. There are a finite number of them, so... Cool. Death. She is the best, isn't she? I actually do like Chie a lot. Of the party members, I think I like her the best so far. And I actually legit like her, it's not just that she's the least frustrating like it was in Persona 3. I don't really use this guy, I think I have him registered. I have another strength one, so we'll swap those two out. Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment.
I smell 3 enemies! Don't get careless! Throw down! Persona! That's it, Yosuke! One enemy down! You hit its weakness!
Ooh, can I have this? Here
Sure
I go!
can. Dude, that's such a cool power.
Here's our ticket!
It's so convenient when it happens. Actually, I appreciate that that exists because battles in this game are like a puzzle that you're solving the first time. You know, figure out what their elemental weaknesses are. But then once you know how to solve it, it's pretty much just, alright, let me repeat the correct set of actions and hope that I don't get any bad RNG that like an attack misses. So it can be pretty draining to go from battle to battle, like, oh my god, it's this group again. So it's kind of nice every now and then that the game spares you by having Chie or whatever character punt the enemy off the screen. It feels really good when that happens. We already found that one earlier. Yeah, okay. Cool. Hey, Darkstar, welcome back. Black Feather, what is that? Resistance to darkness. Instant death. I want to use another go home because I don't have a ton of them. Try to just walk out of here the traditional way. And that's sick loot. Shadows return to normal. Alright, let's get that Mob Bufu action. Yeah.
There's 4 enemies!
Someone else's turn.
4 enemies left!
Come on! Persona! Oh, let's do it! Give it!
I think that's a good way to describe it, Propagable. Yeah. They're more interesting for that reason. Yeah, that's a really poignant comment. I was having trouble like placing with words what I didn't like so much about the Persona 3 characters. I'm actually really excited for Kanji, Billy Idol. He seems like his character has a ton of potential to be something different than we've seen in all of Persona 3 and 4 up to this point. I'm just really worried that they're going to blow it. I hope they don't. They've got a tightrope situation, you know? Actually, I mentioned something like that in my Life is Strange review I'm working on, that, like, Maxine Caulfield, the main character, should not have worked. Like, she should have been super irritating. This Holden Caulfield-esque first world problems hipster girl, and yet she's super likable because they managed to walk that tightrope very carefully, and it ended up being a more interesting story because, like, if you read the back of the box, you might be like, I don't know if I'm gonna like that character, and they did a really good job of it.
I smell 3 enemies! Don't get careless!
Yeah, you said that last time, Serp, and I think I agree with that too. Just talking about the main thrust of the story being, hey, they're the Scooby Gang. I prefer the Scooby Gang to the, you know, oh, we're like the FBI, but we're these cool CIA agents, but we also go to school sometimes. You get less dissonance in this version of the story, I think.
3 enemies left!
Oh, Kanji just looks like Billy Idol. He's a punk guy with short blonde hair.
You knocked it down! Go, Sensei! You knocked it down! It's down!
Oh, it will end here!
Seriously, like, Google Billy Idol, IDOL. Willem. Yeah, okay. Now when it says next floor, does that mean this floor plus 1, or the next time I transition to a floor if you're climbing downstairs like I am right now? Alright, let's see. What's one that I already have and I know has been registered? I think I'm pretty sure I already had Aurobus. Hopefully I did. Shouldn't be that hard to get it back later though. If not. Agilao at 21. Okay. I mentioned in my Persona 3 review, but I feel like Persona, to me, has a lot of potential. There's a lot of narrative and mechanical design space that I feel like Persona 3 didn't explore very well. And I think that the two things that made my experience with that game bad were, one, the game was like 70 plus hours long. So it wasn't even something like, you know, it'll be over soon enough. No, it was forced on the schedule for a really long time. And two, because I saw potential there and I just didn't feel like it was being exploited. So that's all they can do is make more games, right? It sounds like Persona 5 is really great and everybody loves it. There's crafting in the sense that you craft, you fuse personas together, and you, at least in Persona 3, you use Persona to craft weapons too. Yeah, I think that's a crafting system. At least I would call it. It's fine. I don't care about the other Delta car as long as there's nothing. Okay, that's fine. It's actually good. More things to carry over to the next one. It's not a particularly robust crafting system. And if you like good crafting, you probably want to jump to Persona 4 as your first game. The way Fusion worked in 3 was pretty frustrating. Have you played the rest of the series, Mega Man? If he hasn't played the rest of the series and he goes to start the tutorial, I could see your average non-JRPG player being really annoyed by this game. Like, I'm kind of used to playing games and having the first 3 hours not have any gameplay. It would mostly be a cutscene that you're walking through. But I think there's a lot of gamers that will not tolerate that, you know? You had played 3 and 4. Interesting. Huh. I had heard that basically anybody who likes the series likes 5 the best so far. Fusion forecast. It's one of those abilities where they just told me, hey, if you do this on a certain day, I'm like, oh god, I'm not happy about this. This isn't a good thing. Each game has gotten more accessible to non-Persona players. Yeah, light and dark. It's tough because like there's a game design fantasy and there's a like mechanics fantasy of instant death that I think is interesting to try to explore and try to get right. Like you see that in fiction, the fear that something's gonna kill you in one hit, the Avada Kedavra in Harry Potter, for example. But I think I've yet to play a game that's really nailed it so it feels fun instead of annoying.
Someone else's turn. 2 enemies left. What a skillful.
Let's attack with
Can I choose to not pick a card? I guess not. Alright. But those tries carry over on a sweep bonus? Is that how it works? Any tries you had remaining carry into the next battle? All the chest shaking like that? I haven't run into death yet. Somebody said that death in this game, and don't tell me how it works, but they said that it's not based on just time spent on the floor like Persona 3. So I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what else it could be, and the only thing that comes to mind is number of chests opened. Keep leveling up until I run out of SP, and we'll go out, we'll buy some more armor, and then we'll come back in. Oh, let's go ahead and go back to bath number 3. I guess I'll start from 1. I can leave easily. Oh, it's just 2 extra picks. So it's not based on remaining picks. There's no reason to try to end the battle with more picks, because they always are shaking.
There are 3 enemies! Careful! Throw down! That's it, Yosuke! One enemy down! Persona! Wow, is Yosuke aiming for some overkill?
I like the overkill mechanic in Final Fantasy X. I wish more games would do that. Satisfying.
3 enemies left! Awesome! Chie-chan's in rampage mode!
Starting to rampage.
It got back up! Hurry and beat it! Too slow! That was cool, Yosuke!
Part of these guys' deal is that their accuracy sucks.
It's down.
Overkill kind of had a problem of being a win more situation. Like if you were already really, really strong, then you were going to get extra XP and get even stronger. So like when we did our Final Fantasy X HD Remaster playthrough and we tried to do a different skirted approach, we were left behind twice. One, because we were barely strong enough to win battles, and two, we never got overkill bonuses, so we stayed barely strong enough to win battles the whole time. I forgot to fuse Personas. Probably just gonna have to dismiss it. I'll go right out and take care of that now, though.
Hey, congrats!
I think they both have the same problem that their lines are voiced too often, right? We probably could have toned it down a little bit. Especially with voice lines that are like, there are 2 enemies! It's like, thanks Teddy. Good looking out. What is a life stone? Keep this down. Save real quick. Persona of the Justice Arcana adds Miragi. Probably do that. Principality. I am not high enough to do that. Do Jack Frost. Can I do that without Archangel? Not cheaply, it looks like. Let me register the ones I have. Does Persona 5 auto-register yet when you pick them up for the first time? Oh, is there not a register all button anymore? Oh, there it is. So square. Yeah. Right. No, I totally agree, sir. Actually, I think a lot of my issues with this series is bloat. So many sequences where, like, the gist of the sequence, if I just gave you the Cliff's Notes, are really cool, actually. But we don't get the Cliff's Notes. Like, we spend an hour on Kanji when we probably could have spent 5 minutes, and it would have been that much more impactful. And a lot of it has to do with the characters being really stupid about it. The exclamation point, my god moments, you know? Alright, let's do Jack Frost. Don't remember why I was using her so often before. Let's do Medea, Garo, and Zio. Yeah. Right, Xenoblade Chronicles 3D was one of them. Droid efficiency at its best. I think it extends beyond just like combat voice line spam like Tales of Berseria. I think that bloat just extends throughout all of Persona 3 and what we've seen so far of Persona 4. There's very much a feeling of like wanting them to get on with it, right? And it's something that I think you only really see in video games, because there are bloated movies, but at the end of the day, the movie only has so much time to tell its story, and Persona has the excuse of this game is 100 hours long. We'll take as much time as we want on this, goddammit, right? Alright, let's see. Could do this one. Doesn't look like it learns anything interesting that I care about yet. Anzu. Garu. What is Balzac? Other than a funny name. Garu, Fufu, Akunda. Oh, I can see on that screen. Okay, keep that in mind. There's a DQ4 boss named Balzac. Nice guys. I love this menu. It makes me so happy. Alright, well that fused some more Pokemon, so... That's what we wanted. Knowledge is at expert level. She wants to hang out. Yeah. Why'd they change the localization effort? Back to Schmarterus. Really looking forward to the authored content. Stand-in for Schmarterus in Persona 5. Remember, if you go back and watch the first hour or so, maybe second hour, however long it took us to finally get to Tartarus in Persona 3, I got really excited, like, oh man, randomly generated dungeon? I associate that with, like, roguelikes, and thought that's what it was gonna be like.
Get hurt! It's death!
Let me do it! Here I
You got it! I love you, Chie, you're the best. Should have said you were my type. Right? I agree, Propagable. I wish it was the dungeon music. That's so good sounding. You spend such little time there. It doesn't play in the Velvet Room either, which is where you would be spending time in that area. Let me get that Tetshi back.
Another level for me.
Oh, you don't like the choice to do British and French voice acting? I mean, do you feel similarly frustrated when you play a game when all the characters have, like, American accents and dialects from the US? I think that's kind of a cool thing about Dragon Quest, because I think that they're already trying to go for a, like, medieval European feel. Cool, yeah, fair enough, Sleepy. It's on there. You're talking about Persona 4. If you look for Persona 4 Episode 1, free to check it out. Let me know what you think.
Counting on you. That's some thick skin.
Let's see. Don't have my double fang anymore, do I? Ever Kunda on someone? So what don't you like about it, Omicron? Okay. So it's too over the top is what you're saying.
So persistent.
Takes you out of the game. It's fair enough.
Come on!
I think this thing's gonna get away before we get a chance to kill it. Fingers crossed.
Damn, it's not going down.
So that's not also an attack. It just tries to inflict the element, I guess.
I can't defeat it.
Oh, see you, Sleepy. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Yeah, propagable.
Couldn't do it. Come on! Hey, it's tough.
Who's the character with the Kiwi accent? Is it Jango Fett in Attack of the Clones? And young Boba Fett?
It's not going down.
See you, Zippy. Thank you again.
So persistent.
No, it's fair enough. Hey, thanks for the host, Kelly. What have you guys been playing lately? Oh man, I'm pretty excited to play Hollow Knight. Serp has it on my voting spreadsheet, so I have a feeling it'll be sooner rather than later that we play it. Looks super cool. Alright. I think I had Sylph from crafting earlier. Let's see if that one's better though.
You did it, Sensei!
Getting a decent amount of money. We'll craft higher level personas.
I leveled up.
I appreciate when they're all in sync like that, leveling up at the same point. Wonder how long that's gonna last. Bead is a full... it's an elixir, right? And bead chain is a mega elixir. Yay for giving attack mechanics.
I smell 3 enemies! Don't get careless! Sensei, don't give up!
Someone else's turn.
Unfortunately, I don't get any input on giving up or not. Doesn't heal SP.
3 enemies! Let's get through this!
Come on! Take
Chie-chan is swatting them left and right!
Oh, the main character can't be disabled to do an all-out attack. That makes sense.
That's one! Yuki-chan! This doesn't look good! Hang in there!
ST is strength. Oh, I've had problems with ability names in Dragon Quest since time immemorable. It's a similar problem in Persona. Still can't tell you what 70% of the abilities in Dragon Quest do from their name. Skill tortillas. Oh man. We gotta pile up a mountain of skill tortillas to beat the game, right?
I smell 2 enemies. Beat them up.
He doesn't have my priority yet. He'll get it soon.
You hit its weakness. Nice smart move, Sensei. It's down.
Our enemy be gone! Yikes, it's tough! Chie! I'm with you, Yukiko!
I thought you said Yukiko. Yukiko. Spanakopito tambourines. Oh, we could do this all day. I guess there is a finite number of flatbreads that we can draw upon. Yeah, I like that. What triggers that? So every time it's happened so far, it's been when I've pressed rush.
2 enemies. You can attack before them.
Thanks, Steady.
It's down.
Let me do it!
I wish my allies could give me their SP. Because I feel like in this game, it's too bad they got rid of the fatigue mechanic, because I thought it had potential. It would have been cool to see the mid-rate on it. But it's very likely, I feel like, that the main character is going to run out of SP first, since you're the most versatile. So you'll have these party members that are basically full, and nothing you can do with it. It's only Yukiko and Chie. Okay, I thought it could be any combo of party members. Well, are there other party combos? Maybe of characters I haven't recruited yet? You don't have to tell me what they are, but is that the only one that exists in the game?
Careful! Sensei, don't give up! Counting on you. Persona!
Alright, Sensei ain't giving up anytime soon.
You're doing great, Yosuke! Keep
There are
going.
other party combos.
That's it, Yosuke! One enemy
Amazing,
down!
Yosuke-kun.
Yosuke, don't give
Are you
up!
all right?
Each party member has one combo partner.
This enemy's weakness is ice. 3 enemies left.
I can't defeat it.
One and only one, or is there a combo with every possible combination?
Come on! Take
Preordained by name. Huh. Oh right, because the main character is out for the count. Thank God it's guard instead of wait.
It got back up.
I like the guard mechanic in this. It's something you can do about things sometimes.
It got back up. Hurry and beat it.
Propane
That was
accessories.
cool, Yosuke. Counting on you. Yosuke pounded an enemy.
Okay.
Persona!
It got back up. Hurry and beat it.
Too slow.
Good answer.
Show him who's boss. Let's do it. You don't like propane and propane accessories? Andrea and I are only allowed to have a gas grill on our house. HOA edict. Start getting propane. Okay. I feel like I'm close enough to being out of resources to go ahead and leave. And then we'll rest and we'll come back, and tomorrow we'll progress further with better armor now that I have significantly more money than I had before. You said it's a fire hazard? I thought that, I figured an electric grill would be the least hazardous, but whatever. weird HOA rules.
Three enemies, but they're too slow. Persona! You hit its weakness.
Let me do it! Here I go!
Hit the... punt the... Yeah, good choice.
Awesome! Chie-chan's in rampage mode!
Chie-chan is the shit.
It's down! Okay! Out of our way!
He's still alive.
It's weak to...
It's
one
over!
enemy! Fight! Fight!
Yeah, it makes the battles end faster. Really nice. She was buffed in golden.
There are three enemies! Careful!
Persona!
Go, Sensei! You knocked it down! It's down!
Ooh, can I? Okay.
Yep. Saving me time.
Two! Alright, okay!
Really excited for those authored dungeons in 5. Hey, there's Kanji. Assume nothing happens if I get 2 of the same one. Robus. To Fish Punter. Oh, is it a different mythological figure? Thought it was the same, so it won't be spelling. Dog fairy. Huh. Also Gaelic, I assume? Kushi, maybe? Right on. Today I learned. That's cool. Pandatara, Sarasvati. Sure. So I can see what her existing abilities are, but I can't see what her upcoming ability is. If I use the square button. Invigorate, is that the one that gives you HP every turn or something like that? Mudo and Miragi. What does Enervation do? Weakens them or something? not the one behind it. I thought I couldn't get to it. I'll take a look after this. Cool looking. What's Ipan Datara referencing? Now, I forgot to register to the compendium before I did that crafting. I wonder if it already did some registering for me. If I really have to keep on top of this. Like when I use them to craft. If I then immediately lost some. It looks like it registered Kushi, just me forgetting. Japanese monster. Registered. Info. One-eyed, one-legged monster said to live deep in the mountains of Kimono, Japan, believed to be the degraded blacksmith god. That's cool. Huh. It does register when you get the persona? Okay, thank god. It didn't work that way in Persona 3. You had to register them, I think. We can't do any of these guys yet anyways. We get out of here. Steam has no business being so good. Jesus. Okay, if the fox heals you, does that restore all your SP? So I can see the merit in spending this money, because I came in here with like 1,500 yen or something. And clearly the amount of SP I have can earn me of order 25,000 yen. I guess it probably requires that I get some wealth hand kills. And it spares me wasting a day. Still is really expensive. Just eat the day, I'd rather hold on to my money rather than do another hour and a half of grinding. In the same area at least, like when you're fighting the same enemies, it's like you solve a puzzle in Portal and it's like there's 10 more test chambers where it's the exact same puzzle. Boost the Hermit social link. Does it ever get to the point where it's affordable enough to be worth doing to keep grinding in the dungeon if you get Hermit high enough? Or does it take too long for that to be viable? Thanks, dude. 20,000 yen. Not eloquent enough to talk to my uncle yet. Gulping melon cream soda. Okay, cool. The sweetness of the melon perfectly matches the taste of the cream. Well, that's a bummer. I only want to drink and eat things that are bad for me or threaten to kill me because they give me stat boosts. And that requires going to the shrine during the day only, right? Each test chamber you beat. Right. I didn't realize he gave you requests. Oh, I thought it was just a cutscene that would always play out that way. I see. The true goal. Thanks for the ladybugs, kid. Oh, that's cool. Is there any way to know what I have to do to fill out that quest? Like, does the quest give me any ideas? You can try to figure if So basically, after each one, go and talk to every NPC in the game. White bricks. Never heard of almond jelly before, but right on. I'm guessing that later requests aren't going to give me a descriptive information, but it still basically involves running to every map in the game and combing it for the character you need to talk to. New items. I don't want to spend money on any of these. I feel like I should have at least one of each. So expensive. I have a spell to do that now. I guess I need to survive long enough for it to be viable. Yeah, that's fine. Where's the little girl for this one? Yeah, but it's 20,000 in a day, being like an hour and a half of schmarterous grinding. That feels longer. I guess maybe I get more money from selling all these materials too, right? Oh, okay. So like 30,000, that's not too bad in context. Felt expensive the first time in the castle where I was getting significantly less money. Bastard sword. Silk fan. Cool. Yes, please. Yes, please. No reason to hold on to old weapons in this game, right? Presumably. Chainmail was the best armor option, so it's just about how hard I was supposed to be getting hit there. Because my allies could be hit less hard. that's a pretty big difference. And we get to craft the Charm Robe before we get new armor for the male characters. So we're gonna be super tanky for a while. Hopefully I don't like immediately unlock another armor upgrade and have all that money go to waste. If not, I'll start running around and see if I can find her. Will the game always immediately recognize that I'm progressing the Fox quest when I talk to the appropriate wishing NPC? Right. Also curious if it counts the like every student in the school. Or is it? I mean, like, does the game clearly indicate to me that I found the right person? Or is it just some dialogue that triggers something else I have to do on the next step? So it can be in the school. Okay, thank you for looking that up. That's helpful, at least. Did she already have a quest for me before? And that's why she had the gray, like, sweat icon above her head? Or is that related to the quest that I'm currently on? Wrong shoebox. Okay, but I have no idea where she went to. Okay, so her quest icon indicated to me that so when I saw the gray sweat icon, I thought that meant this is an NPC you've accepted a quest from, and you don't have anything to do with them yet, because you haven't, like, turned in the thing you need to turn in. Back to Martin. Blue means this guy has a quest. It's like a gold exclamation point. So I guess maybe the gray one is like a question mark in a traditional quest. I'll look around in the TV. I'm gonna progress my allies' social links. My only chance to find my allies in this one is just walk all around the school and downtown and hope I bump into them. It's Persona 5 that gives you a map that shows where they are on a given day. I want the Funky Riddle Master to be a social link. Why not? Really? Okay. I don't think there was really anything else to do in the school social link-wise, unfortunately. I guess I could study, just do something. Yeah, I was trying to split it up a little bit, but it probably makes the most sense to play it as 2 games of Persona 3. Knock out all the TV World stuff as early as possible. I guess I'll have Justice tonight. No, I must have put one away. Yeah, I crafted it away. I don't really have an alternative. Because I could go craft one, but I spent all my money on weapons and armor, even with the bonus money that Kojima gave me. So I can't go to the Velvet Room and swap out.
Oh, Senpai!
Pretty sure the next time I talk to her for real, her social link will actually advance. I haven't developed her social link at all. So I see it localized as senpai and senpai. I assume senpai with an N is correct. Is there a reason for the M variation? Is that just a mislocalization, mishearing by Western ears or something?
Yep. Yep.
And so I'm trying to max those out. Sympathetic spirit. That must be tough. Sure. That's pretty cute. Like the font on there. Oh, interesting. I just noticed that the keys are actual characters. A is Eris, Z is Zidane, X is 13, I guess. Didn't have a lot to work with there, huh? W, white mage, cute queen. Where is that? I might actually want that. It's kind of cool.
Whoa! You can have this.
N before a B or a P gets pronounced kind of like an M, so it's just a choice in how they localize it.
Night.
In Chinese, you have the very old school Wade Giles romanization. That's where we get things like Peking, and then we have the more modern Pinyin, which is where we get Beijing, but it's the same word, just how it sounds to the Western ear. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Just a mechanical keyboard. So they're just keycaps, that'd be even better, because I have a mechanical keyboard that I really like, but I'm willing to replace the keycaps. What's up? How are you doing?
Half an hour.
Cool.
On this.
You want to see some Persona 4?
What do you think? Is it a good thing? Should I watch it?
Yeah. You can watch some Persona 4. I'll get you headphones if you want to hear it.
Okay, is everyone here?
They are in the drawer to your left. And you can plug it into that blue thing to your left. It's my wife, Andrea.
Don't worry.
She knows nothing about Persona. Right? Or do you know? Yep. Teenagers going to school.
Here comes science.
And we're doing this dungeon that's in this TV world. We're trying to save a friend. And the dungeon that we're in is like a gay bathhouse. Chaos.
Hey, Chaos.
Thanks, Darkstar. I'll try to stop
Hello,
the
everybody.
top floor here. Music's really good in this game.
There's 5 enemies.
Still haven't picked up Magaru. Now would be a really great time for Magaru. Do it the hard way. Yeah, I like this song. Oh, you mean the lobby song? That one's really good too. I wish you heard it outside the lobby.
It's down.
Ooh, can I have this one?
Get it, Chie? This is cool. Sometimes she just punts people to death, and they're just gone. It's just a nice little bonus.
That's one. Let's do
Happens
this,
every now and then.
That's it, Yosuke. One enemy down.
If you knock them all down, you get to do an all-out attack, where everybody attacks at once.
Weakness.
And it's pretty cool animation. Check it out.
Good answer.
Hooray! We won. And shuffle time. It's very shuffle time. Get to pick some cards. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I'll get another chest key. I've got like 10 of them, but I'm sure they'll come up later. It is not deliberate, thanks. Getting easy now.
So you're going for the simple shield background look?
I might change more, I just had time to put that up today.
Oh, my, thank you for your undivided attention.
This guy is like a Billy Idol punk kid, but his inner person is he's like repressed homosexual. And I don't yet know if they're going to explore that in a mature way, or if they're going to imply the fact that he is gay as like an evil thing that we need to purge from him. So
Yeah, how is that seen in Japanese culture?
So the fact that they're even addressing it at all is pretty unusual for Japan.
She's so wrong in so many ways.
I remember it being kind of like this on Yukiko's show too.
No, it wasn't like this.
So the other party members that have joined us have had like dark self-doubts inside of them we've had to fight so they can gain the power of friendship.
It's only the victim in here. Is it the people watching?
So I'm hoping the way we resolve this is we convince him to, you know, resolve his identity crisis and realize who he is, and not like repress it more.
He's gonna be a legend in a way he never intended.
Well, it's really his shadow, not him. But normal people won't know that.
2008, right?
The shadows are getting
Or was it
really
2006 in
restless.
Japan?
That elusive thing I truly yearn for. Will I finally find it here? Well then,
God, they
onward
went.
and
The voice actor's like, I'm not gonna say
to
tee
reach
hee.
further realms of romance. Let's get going, damn it!
It's weird, but there's not like a actual homophobia.
Kanji-kun!
That was his other self. It's trying to reveal his hidden feelings.
It's so
seems much
deviant.
worse
Okay,
than that time with
gotcha.
Yuki-chan's shadow. At
It would
this
be
rate,
just
it
as
might
like
end up
socially
getting
embarrassing
bare
as anything
naked.
else that's outside the social norm, right?
Bear.
Skipping
naked?
class.
Oh man, here it comes.
Was I supposed to laugh?
Yeah, it was a good pun. We have a bear party member. He's kind of a party member. He mostly provides color commentary on our battles by like counting the number of enemies we're fighting. I'll be like, there are 3 enemies. I'll be like,
That sounds useful.
Thanks, Teddy. Appreciate the hot tip there. Accurate. It's all cooking.
2 enemy shadows. You get to go first.
Yay! I think these guys were weak against lightning in previous games. Couple options for lightning. Try this gnarly looking dude. Your persona's kind of like your job, So like the main character can swap between them and they have different spells and abilities. This is the lightning spell.
2 enemies! Charge through them!
Well, I mean, the extent to which you need a character to do that, but sure. Glad they brought back Hulk Hogan.
Not going down.
Something you shouldn't talk about. That makes sense propagatively, yeah.
It's over.
Maybe you have it, but don't burden other people, right? It's the Japanese way.
Like depression.
Awesome!
I love that the Hulk Hogan's have rainbow hair. Daring Gigas. Alright, no elemental weaknesses. Strong against physical, which makes sense.
One enemy! Fight! 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 Persona! How about that?
Oh, what's your question, Cass? Yeah. Oh, that's almost worse, Propagable. This game has a really cool soundtrack. So did Persona 3. Guess that wasn't close enough to count as back attack.
This one's really strong.
Maybe weak against fire.
This is one tough enemy.
Who do I have with fire magic? So you remember how it's kind of hard in like Dragon Quest to keep track of what spells do what? They all have flavorful names like Zip and Zoom and
Vaguely.
yeah. Same in this one. Like Mabufu is ice magic that hits everybody. I know that from playing it enough. Oh, there's Miragi.
Alright, the speed of electricity through a wire depends on the wire. So it's going to depend on kind of like if it's a narrower wire versus a wide wire. So that matters. The length of the wire will matter. You're going to get a delay. What material it is. So like, what is it? Emissivity? I don't know. There's some property of the material.
So persistent.
Is that the impedance thing, or is that something else?
It's something else that I haven't fully wrapped my head around.
Come on! Take this!
But yeah, but it depends on the wire.
Yuki-chan! This doesn't look good!
I feel like it's something that you can definitely measure it, so oh no, Propagator has a difficult request. Okay, well I will refuse it if it's too difficult. Sorry!
Or you could sit closer to the mic.
Right?
It's okay.
Alright, it depends on the wire. The material of the wire, like its conductivity, how wide or narrow it is, and how long it is.
Makes sense.
I guess the length doesn't really determine the speed.
It's over. So persistent.
Definitely not C though, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's C.
Come on! Couldn't quite beat it.
Yes, Marty, I know you're a very hungry kitty. You've never eaten before in your whole life. Can't even really imagine what eating is like.
It's not going down.
Ancient dream of your people.
Fight!
I can't defeat.
This one's
Thanks, Marty.
tough. Hang in there.
Now he's acting out. What? He is.
Someone finish it off.
Ben's your cat's a bad influence on my cat.
Go get him.
But he's just lying there. Ben is being a very good influence.
Fair enough.
No! 5 more enemies.
Should not be 5 more enemies. Still don't think anyone has Mago.
Yeah, I remember electron drift velocity being really slow.
Persona. Sensei! You knocked it down! Nice!
Let's go faster.
Hit its weakness!
Huh.
Let me do. Okay, okay.
Get it, get that galactic punch. Well done.
Some thick
Whoa,
skin.
why?
4 enemies! You
What?
gotta hang in there!
Does that end my turn or something? I'm confused.
Persona!
I see.
That was cool, Yosuke!
Yes. I didn't realize it ended my turn.
Yuki-chan,
Okay.
that was lovely!
I guess it almost always happens against these guys, and I have 2 characters with Garu, which is why I haven't noticed it before.
Persona! Great, Sensei! Go for broke! It's down!
We ready? It will end here.
Wires mark into a tube that's already full of electrons. Adding more electrons will essentially push an electron out the other end. That's cool.
Be gone! All right.
So since each character has one and only one other character with which they will do a combo move, does that mean you can only have one combo move in your party at a time? Or is it possible to have as many as 3 combo moves? No, it'd have to be only one, because it's never with the main character. You're probably guaranteed to always have at least one. Hey, go homes. Door is locked. I feel like a rattling chains effect. I'm wondering if that's the Reaper. I'm trying to get out of here before that happens.
So are you in someone's brain right now?
So it's not like Psychonauts. I'm in this TV world, but it's definitely his repressed feelings are influencing the place that I'm in.
I smell 5 enemies!
Yeah, I heard
you
it.
can take them!
Sorry, thank you.
Throw down! Persona! That's it, Yosuke! Go, one enemy down! It's down!
Let me do it.
It's not dissimilar from Psychonauts. But we've got different sort of mental worlds that we're entering.
That was a good one, Sensei!
Well done.
Who's Sensei?
The main character. The teddy guy called
Robot
Sensei.
thing?
I don't know why he's calling me that. The main character is the kid with the gray hair. The teddy bear guy is... you don't know what his deal is. You just kind of accept that he exists and don't question him too much. You can't back down at a time like this. Just watch and I'll show you how manly... Okay, so they're going in a bad direction with it. At least that's what it makes it sound like.
I smell 4 enemies! Show them your stuff! Chie-chan's all confused!
Chie-chan is the one that has access to Mabufu. So we want to try to remove that status effect if I can. I think I want to save that for a boss fight.
Someone else's turn.
Oh, he's got Mabufu too. That's right. We got check first.
2 enemies down! Wonderful, Sensei!
Do I have regular old Bufu? On a different character, Persona.
Persona! Go, Sensei!
Well done.
You knocked it down!
Evil Flower Shadow Corpus.
It got back up! Hurry and beat it! It got back up! Hurry and beat it!
Working on it, dude.
It got back up! Hurry
It
and
has to
beat
say
it!
that every single time.
It has to say something every time. Yeah.
They didn't give many options for that scenario.
Some thick skin.
We were talking about that earlier. The chatty party members spam, right?
2 enemies! Charge through them!
When you're playing Breath of the Wild. Try not getting knocked off the platform, Link!
Let's go!
Oh my god. Thank you. Appreciate the hot tip.
Press the X button to jump. Since apparently you're retarded.
You're foolish. You have no idea what you're doing. I see.
Thank you. Try to keep it PC here.
There's a Rick and Morty joke about that at some point. It's like, I'm not disparaging the differently abled.
I'm not. It's just a word, but I recognize that.
I'm saying that this device would make you. You're good.
What's the one on South Park? Bag.
Yeah.
You can do it!
The guys that ride around on the motorcycles.
Yeah.
There's a Louis C.K. Thing on that too. I was just watching it today when I was putting my laundry.
It's not strong at all!
I say I thought I figured out this guy's weakness, but they wiped me last time I fought them, so I never actually got to see how it played out.
It's not going down.
There was a thing that was a money level up. I didn't, or a persona level up. I didn't see it. I kind of go on autopilot when I'm in Schmodderus. It's good to know that they will spring interesting decisions on you occasionally.
You couldn't do it.
Be on your toes.
Come on! Someone finish it off!
That's good. Awesome. Apparently I get to actually hoop that, right? I don't think I'd ever seen that before.
Damn, it's not going down. Wait, what?
Is it like a 1% appearance or something?
Ooh, chest.
Meant to attack the thing. That's cool too. Ah man, that's so forgiving the way Persona 3. Appreciate
4
that.
enemies! They weren't expecting us!
What are these? Evil cupids?
4 enemies down!
We're in this like TV world, so we go inside a TV. And there's all these people sitting here, and they're called shadows. But there's not really a lot of rhyme or reason to what the shadows are. In the main Shin Megami Tensei series, which Persona is a spin-off from, the enemies are the Persona, the demons that you fight. And they're all inspired by mythology, so you might fight Zeus or Thor or something like that. The shadows just seem kind of random. It's even more forgiving in P5. I feel like you get it ambushed in Persona 3, it was really high chance it would just be GG right there.
I smell 2 enemies! Beat them up! You can win!
Try, do I still have somebody with like... Oh, not with this character.
Counting on you! Someone else's turn! 2 enemies left!
I'm glad they're continuing being stylish. There's a lot of things I have to complain about in Persona, but I can't deny that it's super stylish. This one more so than Persona 3, so I imagine if they continue improving.
What system is this? PS3?
This was originally PS2, this one's the Vita port.
Is this PS2?
Yeah.
It looks really good.
I know, right? Yeah.
I guess Kingdom Hearts was PS2, right?
I think this game looks better than Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is really good at doing too. Just the UI is really pretty, right? Little shuffle time thing, little portrait in the back, little sparkle effects. Like, there's one thing that the series does well, it's style. Oh, is there like a bleeding aesthetic personified? That's interesting. Hey, now Yosuke has party-wide wind magic. That's very exciting. Yukiko ain't got shit though. Really? I thought Kingdom Hearts 2 was one of the very last games for the PS2. Was this game that late? Like when did PS3 come out? That would be how I...
2006? It was while I was in college.
How do you know that?
Because that's Jeff Russell got one.
Like right when it came out?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, this game is...
And so I would go and get help on my physics homework. And he'd be playing video games because he already finished.
Don't get
Oh wow, yeah, that's a pretty big jump. Kingdom Hearts 2 is 2005? Holy shit. The game is 12 years old.
It's 2, yeah.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, I had Kingdom Hearts in high school because I actually played it.
Yeah, I remember seeing that when I first went over to your apartment. I saw Kingdom Hearts in the living room.
Yeah, my play files got like 170 hours. And you're like, holy shit. I'm like, no. I used to just leave it on pause overnight.
Like, oh, you're one of those people. you can't betray the sanctity of the playtime on your game, but it's leaving it on. I know you. I've since learned that. I've come to appreciate that and love that about you.
Yosuke pounded an enemy.
I was in high school, wasn't I? Yeah, because I had one of those PS2 hard drives because you needed it to play Final Fantasy XI, the MMO. And there was a pretty simple disc you could buy that would let you download games onto the PS2 hard drive, which is really convenient if you want to like loan a game to a friend. So I loaned my copy of Kingdom Hearts 2 to my friend Zach, and then I just played it off my hard drive. But for whatever reason, the gummy ship levels didn't work off the hard drive. So whenever I needed to do gummy ship levels, I needed to go and get the disc back from him.
Oh, huh.
Because I didn't want to do them multiple times.
You had to do them?
Yeah, and I was like, dude, I can't play this game anymore. I'm stuck. I need to wait for the disc. Never tried. Radiant Story came out on the DS after the 3DS.
No one stands in Sensei's way.
Just do not have the resources to keep casting Mudo and Hama's skills, which is the main character's the only one with that option.
This doesn't look good.
Alright, I'm gonna go get a massage.
Have fun.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye, everyone.
Persona 5 still got a PS3 release because it was originally supposed to be a PS3 game. I wonder if they're going to do that with Kingdom Hearts, because Kingdom Hearts was supposed to be a PS3 game. Kingdom Hearts 3 basically made it all the way through an entire console life cycle without getting another entry in the series. It's pretty crazy if you think about it. She will. That's called filleting a person, Propagator. man's got this thing called pride, huh? Yeah, you can have a thing called pride, Kanji, it'll be fine. Girl.
You can win this! Do your best!
Probably weak against Dark or something.
2 enemies left!
Right, he doesn't actually have single target ice magic. Bummer. I feel like these things are too hard for me to justify fighting when I have no resources. Yeah, they can very nearly one-shot. Oh my god, 24 SP? Please continue focusing down the main character. Well, these guys in particular, resources are not. They like to focus down the protagonist with double things.
Couldn't quite beat it.
Ice doesn't do shit against these guys. Need to get the level 2 Dia magic. Have fun, Omicron. Catch you next time. Thanks for hanging out.
Someone else's turn.
It's over.
It's over.
Uh-oh, Yuki-chan's showing no mercy.
Come on.
You murdered that tiger. Oh mercy.
One enemy! Fight! 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 Counting on you! Persona! It's down!
I might consider using the Fox Heal. It's really only the main character who's SP depleted. We'll see how much it costs. Does it only charge you per missing SP, or does it cost you based on your missing hit points as well? That's been a great time to add 2. Welcome to Oberon into your heart. Oh, does it actually heal you to full as well, like health-wise, or does it only charge you for the SP? What's wrong with breaking the barrier of the acceptable? I have some of the SP drinks. I guess that's why I bought them. So I can explore more here. Didn't remember to buy those each week, so I'm not missing out. Should probably go ahead and use a go home anyway. Since I can come right back to the Explorer. I can save in case we get back attacked by those evil tigers. It only actually heals SP. That's fair enough. Peach. Good God, that's even after using all those. Oops. Yeah, don't you lose any progress you made though? Like, what all do you lose when you die? Maybe you restart from the floor, which is a nice change. But you don't keep any XP that you got, for example. It's pretty cool looking art. Yaxini. So does it make a secret save file whenever you get to a new floor? Will it have kept all the XP I had? I think so, Dan. Looking forward to Friday. How has your week been so far, dude? I mean, the ones I can craft right now. I got Mokoi, but I don't need it. Dominoes and margaritas. Okay, that's fair. That's a lot more. That's a lot less punishing. You're not going to lose hours and hours of progress, probably. Keeps things interesting. Yo, what's up?
Uh-oh! This one's really strong! Can you stand? That's some thick skin! 2 enemies left!
Yeah, first season of Fargo is awesome. Billy Bob Thornton's character is just awesome. $8 SP, not even have a... I feel like if the enemy is weak to an element, it should be much more likely to hit, or at least do something. I'm glad that Persona 5 seems to address that a little bit at least.
It's over. There. I can't defeat it.
I was talking to Dan about this. There's this great scene in season 1 of Fargo where this like character played by the guy who plays Dennis on It's Always Sunny. He's like talking to Billy Bob Thornton. He's like, "I'm confused." Billy Bob Thornton's like, "That's okay, I'm not." It's one of my favorite lines ever. It's up there with the phone call in John Wick. Bad design, got it. Glad they finally came around on that in Persona 5.
Come on! Take it! Someone finish it off!
I almost feel like the Fargo TV series does a better job at being Fargo than Fargo movie does. I think it's just because they had more time to explore that universe, right? I remember Devo said that about Weird Al's Dare to Be Stupid. It's like, Weird Al did Devo better than we did, and we hate him for it.
Great, Sensei!
I can
Go for
still
broke!
do this. Persona! There!
One enemy! Fight! Fight! Fight!
I think if there's other examples of media where there's like a parody or an homage, and it actually like pulls off the tone better than the original source material.
Yuki-chan! This doesn't look good!
Advantage of hindsight, yeah. Well, I think you would think that that would be the case, right? But like, I think that the vast majority of the time, those sorts of adaptations are worse. Like, usually when the main creative force behind a project leaves, or when someone else tries to adapt their work, it doesn't feel right. It's so unusual for that to work. Material, I feel, almost always suffers for it.
It's not strong at all. I'm sure you can win.
Yeah, that makes sense, Becky. I think we showed that ice doesn't work on these guys. May as well try Agi. Yeah.
Let's get through
Good point. And I think that Trent Reznor has said that too, right? It's not my song anymore. Resist fire. I don't take a lot of damage from it either, but 2 enemies.
So persistent.
That's a really good way to think about it, Spiky. You raise a good point, yeah. I think that's a natural consequence of Persona's dumbing down of the press turn mechanics from Shin Megami Tensei. It makes a lot more sense in SMT. But I think there's a lot of unintentional mechanical consequences as a result of that dumbing down. Gold chest. Alright, I also got some kind of electricity thing earlier. Hold on. Uses the chance of poison. My character is weak to electric. It's Yosuke, right? Even though it should be Chie, and she's the one who's scared of it. Yosuke. I think that Yukiko is weak to ice. Gamer, isn't it? Yeah.
It seems strong, but
I agree with you completely, Sailor Dan.
That was a good one, Sensei.
I think it's... I was actually talking about this earlier before you joined, that I think that it suffers in the video game medium because, for that reason precisely, that you can't get away with making a 70-hour movie, right? Like, you can make a really long movie, you can make a movie that's like 3.5 hours long, but that's kind of the hard limit before people will tell you you're crazy and it won't get watched. That doesn't exist with video games. Like, oh, we can make this thing 90 hours long, we don't need to, like, trim any of the fat here and there. Yeah, and I can hear that too, sir. Like, I really like Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and so I was really glad that that game had so much content for me to spend as much time in that world as possible. So I think that's probably the right argument for why is Persona so freaking long. Well, if you absolutely love these characters and you love this universe, then of course you want to spend more time here. You don't want it to be a 5-hour game. So I think that's just super fair. It's a double-edged sword with video games. Like, I don't think Breath of the Wild would have worked if there was only enough content in that game for 10 hours. Like, it worked precisely because of how expansive it was. Yeah. Yeah, I wish they would have done the alternating... I wish they would have been more seamless, like, that I was spending less time in the dungeon at a long stretch and less time doing the dating sim at a long stretch, because that's a cool idea. I think it breaks up the monotony of either thing if you're spending, 20 minutes in the dungeon and then 20 minutes doing social links. But at least in Persona 3 and 4, the game heavily incentivizes you to get all of your dungeon stuff done immediately, and then just do non-stop story from there. Thank you, Ludifex. Appreciate that, man. I gotta buy some bits too. Somebody see you streaming.
Sensei, your defense is down.
Let's see. So we never got... It might be weak against lightning because they're flying. I can try that.
That was a good one, Sensei! Partner! It's dead!
Ooh, can I have this ready to
Sure
go?
can. Galactic punted.
2 more to go! Alright, okay!
Oh, by the way, folks, the spring survey is now available. If you go to Discord, discord.marstead.com, look in the announcements channel, there's a link to a Google form you can fill out. The bonus for taking it is 500 SP, because it's quite a bit longer than all the previous surveys. Appreciate everybody's honest feedback on that. I'll take the full one. Yeah.
You okay, Yuki-chan? You're
This,
low on health.
this game's unusual in its length compared to basically every other super long game in existence, long series in existence, I think. Maybe we can come up with another one that's comparable, but a game like GTA, for example, is potentially very, very long. But the length of GTA is entirely player determined. Like, you can just pound through the main quest if you want to and beat the game in a very short amount of time. People would argue that's not the right way to play it. The same is true for Zelda and for like Skyrim, Fallout. But Persona is unusual in that you have to play through the whole game. Like, the game is going to be 70 hours long because of the way you're moving through the calendar, right? And there's no way to fast forward that. And we talked about that a bit in the Persona 3 review video. Yeah, right, exactly. It's because the bloat is non-optional in Persona series. Like, you're playing the whole game. So it's the kind of game that, I think I may have even said this in the review, like, if you're not a completionist, you probably shouldn't play it. But even then, if you're actually trying to, like, completionist, like, fight the super boss, you're not gonna have a fun time either. Yeah, and I think that when you have a theme park style game, not that, you know, Witchers or Skyrim are theme park games, but you can decide, like, you know, I really like doing the story-based side quests, or I really like crafting, and you can tailor your experience and say, I'm just going to do that. And not doing crafting isn't going to get that far in the way of combat, or get that far in the way of side questing. But in this game, it's like, no, you pretty much have to do everything or you're gonna have a really bad time. Do I have somebody with Patre here? He's probably gonna get to run away before I can clear it out. Just made Patre, it looks like.
Yuki-chan's seriously out to lunch!
Side content in Witcher 3 is fantastic. Yeah, I want to come up with a better phrase for it. Like, coin a term to mean significant, unique content in side questing in a game. Because I've made that post about, like, what games I'm willing to do extra content in. Like how I think beating all the bosses in Dark Souls is meaningful and unique. Whereas, like, you know, doing all the quests in Xenoblade Chronicles 3D is a waste of time because it's all basically the same thing over and over. And where you draw that line, what you call that effect, where
I couldn't do it.
the side content feels meaty, it doesn't feel repetitive.
Couldn't quite beat it.
Enjoy the journey rather than the goal. Yeah, I think that's another thing that I said in the review where I was like, I think that Persona grated on me because I was playing it to beat it, and if I was just playing it every now and then for a little bit and wasn't, like, focused on getting to the end, it would have been a lot more tolerable.
It's over. Oh, I can't defeat it. Come on, take this.
I do wonder if they are neglecting offering tools to move through it more quickly because of stubbornness. This is the way we've always done it. There's a lot of other JRPGs that have that problem, like Dragon Quest.
Someone else's turn.
It's not always necessarily a storyline, right? Because, like, the optional bosses in Dark Souls often have almost no story. But they're much more interesting than generated side quests in something like Valkyria Chronicles.
Yosuke's in danger!
Good job, Darkstar. Congratulations. How long did that take you?
Damn, it's not going down. Yosuke barely has any help!
What do you mean about marathoning it, sir? Well, I think that makes it worse for me, right? I'm playing it for 5 hours a day, or 5 hours a week, so that means it's on the schedule for 12 plus weeks? 14 weeks?
Come on, please, give me some healing.
All those resources for nothing. Wealth and persona. I don't know if I actually want to go to the boss room here. I might withdraw and save one more time. Oh, you have to do a second playthrough to get to the super boss in Persona 5? Interesting. Oh, no, what I meant by that, Serp, sorry. So what I meant to say was if you were playing it occasionally without ever the intent of beating it, that was specific to it, not so much playing it briefly. That if you're not looking at the how long to beat and considering the value that comes out of it, and more so on the don't focus on beating it, splitting up sessions. That's not what I meant to do. Oops. It recalls my progress in the bathhouse. I'm never going to use these in battles, so I may as well take advantage of them now. Yeah. What's the journey like? I guess it depends how much time you're devoting to a session to. Whether you're only able to play for like an hour or two, so you're gonna spend the whole time grinding mobs in Tartarus, Schmartarus. The dungeon. Yeah, right. What was it? San Andreas was the game where if you ate too much food, your character got fat eventually, and you had to work out to. That game was pretty cool, man. I didn't beat San Andreas, but I had a friend in high school who was really into it, and I'd go over and watch him play. It was pretty crazy. And like, if you got your skill up, bicycles were OP. Like, they were faster than any car. You'd be speeding across the game, like, pedaling your bike as fast as you could.
Couldn't quite beat it.
Right.
Down! This isn't good!
Good choice.
Just one enemy left! Yikes!
Not weak to any elements.
That took forever!
So everyone has Dia except Chie. And she used to be worse offensively, like in the original version of the game. Did they remove any of her skills when they buffed her? Vast amount of steam. Welcome to Man's World.
That's a strong enemy! Don't get hurt!
I think we fought this guy already.
This one's tough! Hang in there!
I think my thing that removes enemy buffs is long gone. can see if I've got somebody that has it. Oh, it's wrong character anyway.
Counting on you. Persona! Someone else's turn.
Trying against physical too. Probably good. Oh really? Oh, it says stat bonuses. So that's only talking about like Tarakaja and so on.
Persona! There! So persistent.
This one's tough.
Hang in there. Yeah, it shows a little buff icon there. So we'll remove that at least.
This one. Throw down. That's some thick skin. Persona.
Hey Raker, how you doing? How is your week been?
Persona! There! I couldn't do it.
And so is the other buffs. So, I don't know.
Someone finish it off!
So
Chie-chan's hurt. Someone help her.
we fought an enemy that has this exact sprite model. Not even palette swapped or anything. This is clearly a much stronger version of that same enemy. How often does that happen where a mini boss or boss doesn't, it not only doesn't have a unique model, it doesn't have a unique palette? Should probably pick somebody up here. I don't know. Oh, thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it. I think she lost her buff as a result of it too. It's too bad.
Persona! So persistent.
At least you can guard the turn he actually attacks, which you have to be able to guess when the attack's gonna come out. Hold down. I think that's what he actually says. Tetrakarn. Remind me what that does. So I think he uses Tarakaja and then he attacks once, so you get a chance to guard. So there's actually something you can do about this battle. It's kind of cool if you were to die. One physical hit.
That's some thick skin.
I can see that being useful. So we're gonna test the theory if he actually goes ahead and bothers casting
I couldn't do it.
Tarakaja. He does. I don't know how much damage that reduces. Well, enough to not die. That's nice. Okay.
Counting on you. Persona!
Team.
Persona!
Back to casting elemental magic on this guy. This is the second boss in a row that's been nerfed. Well, how is he different in the PS2 version?
Couldn't quite beat it.
change him so that he's actually fightable. You can respond to his actions. It doesn't always counter, does it? Something he turned on. Oh, he hits everyone. Alright, well, it's not too bad. There's at least still something you can do about that. Have everybody guard. Oh, it's a 10% proc chance.
all confused. Counting on you. Persona.
Cool.
It's not going down. Persona. Great work. You did it, Sensei. Another level for me.
What an easy win!
So appropriate. Right.
I smell 5 enemies! You can take them! Oh, Yuki-chan, that was lovely! This one's very weak against electricity! 5 enemies! Take them out one by one! Electricity!
Strong against wind. Is that the boss theme in this game? Don't have Mazio yet. Oh, it's Persona 5.
Go, Sensei!
You're doing well.
You knocked it down! You hit its weakness!
Well done.
Smart move, Sensei! Go, Sensei! That's how it's done. Knocked it down! It's down!
Okay, okay. Take this. Here's our gotcha.
Okay, I won't know which ones are yours. Thanks for taking the time though, Rick. I really appreciate it. I'll probably spend a bunch of time on writing responses to everybody's comments. It takes a bit of a while to do. Very classic SMT. You guys say the tone of Persona 5 is more like Shin Megami Tensei in general?
Oh, did I level up?
Monster in a box.
There are 2 enemies! Hang in there! Counting on you! Persona!
Yeah.
I won't lose.
2 enemies left!
Persona!
So persistent.
Please don't miss. It's not possible to run away on the first turn, so you can't even like see it as anything. Be like, yeah, screw that, and move on with your life.
Great,
Gotta play
Sensei!
them.
Go for broke!
Yeah, it's like 1,000 yen to run away. Is there a reason that didn't give me a sweep bonus? I must have misunderstood how the sweep bonus works. Yeah, I need more Ben. Hope to have the cat cam ready soon. It is right over here. I've got it pointed at the couch and everything. I just gotta find my USB extension cable if it's too far away. Get my hub set up. Oh, before the cards are flipped. Thanks.
I smell 3 enemies! Don't get careless!
Cool. Thank you. This enemy's name is even Daring Gigas. So it's not even just like the enemy doesn't have a palette swap, it has the same name, but it's a mini boss for some reason. I don't think Persona 3 did that. I mean, you would sometimes fight enemies that look the same, but I don't think you'd fight the weak version first and then fight the boss version. I think you might fight the boss and then fight a weaker version of it later on. Interesting choice.
Go, Sensei! You knocked it down!
I can probably assume that if there's like a cutscene, it's a harder enemy. They made the boss larger. I think that probably did happen in Persona 3. But you'd fight the boss first, and then you'd see a scaled down version of it. There's all my money.
That was a good one, Sensei. Well.
My SP, I should say. Oh boy, Alien Isolation.
Oh, Yuki-chan, that was lovely.
Game is gonna be rough. I was really like panicking about people voting for Dead Space for the longest time. And I actually played it. Dead Space actually isn't a very scary game. It wasn't that bad. But Alien Isolation, I think, is actually a scary game. Dead Space is a really cool game, but it's more of an action. It's an Aliens 2 versus an Alien 1, and Alien Isolation is definitely Alien 1. Yeah, I'll have the party monger. Hey Yukiko, welcome back. How you doing? Yes, any horror game or Dark Souls-like game, it's very difficult. Alt F4, Lizzie. Nicely done. Good luck to you, Yukiko. I know that's been a source of pretty extreme stress for you. I've heard that the game does negative space really well, which I think is necessary for a good horror game. It's not always that you're dealing with the alien. It's the lack of alien. I think that was something that, I don't know if the Dead Space was trying. I think Dead Space was trying to be an action game more so than a survival horror game, but there was never a lack of necromorphs. In fact, the best parts of that game, I think, were when you were in the eponymous Dead Space, and you were outside and in vacuum and you couldn't hear anything, and there was no longer any fanfare if a necromorph did show up. Really cool atmosphere. Gotta have that dread. Now I can hear that with effects. We did Amnesia for Halloween last year, or 2 years ago now, 2015. And Andrea is the same way. She would joke throughout it, and it was funny, but I wasn't as scared as I would be if I were playing it solo and super immersed.
Two enemies down. Should be
You're ready with the escape button. Try to find another staircase if I can, and I'll probably head out one more time. Since I don't yet have the resources to do Tartarus in a single night. Gotta save Kanji. Yeah, wow. So that time I spent about almost an hour in there and only got 15,000 yen. They didn't put any wealth hands that, you know, I was able to kill. I spent a bunch of my resources on one that ran away. Let's do some fusions. Ha! Well, maybe I should wait to fuse. No, I'm just gonna come right back in here tomorrow. May as well fuse. Ame no Uzume. Medea, Magaru, Mama. Aeon already? Huh. And Narcissus is Aeon now? That's interesting. Immune to wind and light, weak against lightning. Cast wind and light. Has a party-wide wind spell, which is kind of cool. Hey, yeah, let's pass down Mazio. Shit, yeah. Dekunda, Dekacha. Guess we get a boss for that matters. Now the Aeon social link wasn't unlocked until the last like few hours of Persona 3, which is why it's surprising to me. And that delightful robot sex questline. Principality. Ama twin shot. No weaknesses except for darkness. I probably have bigger problems when I'm fighting someone with darkness. Pass down Mabufu. No ice boosting. Yeah, I'll wait on this one. I think that delivery charges nominally are paying for things like being able to offer delivery online, which involves hooking into Google Maps, like having the tracker set up that tells you when your delivery's out for order. It's the kind of thing that it would be nice if they just ate that charge instead of passing it on to the customer as something that most people are going to misidentify as a holdover for a tip, substitute for a tip, and then fail to tip the driver. Nice, Yukiko.
Oh, welcome home, big bro.
Yeah, that's where I've seen it for local places, so I get it, especially if they're comping the driver for gas and stuff. But I don't think they're doing that. Swerve in the quiz ship, though. Domino's isn't so bad anymore. It used to be in the 90s and the early 2000s, but they had a campaign where they changed it. It's also our only option in Los Alamos, so that makes it taste a lot better. Your relationship with Yusuke is intensified. They changed their crust and their tomato sauce about 4 years ago. They had a big ad campaign that was very self-aware where they pointed out that they knew that their pizza was terrible. Then after that it got a little bit better. You ever see the entire house you live in?
Good morning.
True. I didn't really think about that.
We're growing veggies at school. The teacher gave us seedlings and told us to try growing them at home. I don't know where's good
Sorry,
though.
that's right. Auto advance. Didn't hand off the controller. Except when that text comes up. You recall there's an open plot of land on the side of the house. You may be able to set up a simple garden.
The place next to the house? Mm-hmm. We don't use it, but it's our yard. Is that where we're gonna plant the seedlings? Is this where we're gonna plant the seedlings?
Well, yeah, you have good local pizza. Don't get franchise pizza. Absolutely. We'd probably say the same about every other pizza franchise except for Chet's. Pizza Hut's not that great. Little Caesars you get because it's ridiculously cheap for a hot and ready. It's like $5. Pretty good deal.
Wow! Can we plant the seedlings now?
Yeah, price difference is the big thing, right? Sometimes you want a cheap pizza. Cheap, fast pizza. We had a pizza place in Columbus called
the veggies will grow?
Hound Dogs. It was about double what you'd pay at something like Pizza Hut, but it was totally worth it.
I can't wait!
Pizza was really good. Yeah, right, Yukiko?
Hey, I want to make a sign. No one will know what we planted until the veggies grow. I gotta write down that there are veggies growing here.
Label maker, Nanako. Alright, let's make one. Sounds hard.
Yay! Thanks!
What does that say? Tomatoes?
We did it! I'll be in charge of watering the plants. Okay. We planted them together,
Label maker.
so we should grow them together too.
I got a label maker on Amazon to label some of my cables. Like there's 7 HDMI cables hanging on the edge of the desk there for all the different games we play with the capture card.
Can't wait!
And I made the mistake of just getting the cheapest label maker on Amazon. Don't get it. It's like $15. You usually need to pay more than $15 for a label maker. It prints things okay, but the adhesive is really, really bad, and it's really low quality paper. It won't even stick to the cable. It's taken me a long time to learn that lesson. I grew up extremely poor. Marty's tripping on my headphones. So it's very, very frugal. Always whatever is the cheapest option, always. Usually is still okay. It depends on what you're getting, you know. If we're talking like medication or something, they're chemically identical, get the generic one, right? List of labels. Thanks, Dan. I might take you up on that. Switch, Wii U, Xbox 360, PS TV, PS4, PS3. Monitor 1, Monitor 2, no, I'll send you an email. Thank you. Cheapest option always. Yeah, best value. I think that's a good way to do it, Yukiko. The cost per quality ratio needs to be ideal. It's sort of like Texas Roadhouse is my favorite steak place, not because it has the best steak ever or the cheapest steak ever, but because the cost to quality ratio on their steak is the best that I've ever had. I've definitely had better steaks other places and cheaper steaks other places, but it's perfect. Let's do it.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, man. I think in and out is a really good cost to quality ratio. Yeah, we moved to California after Big Lebowski was my favorite movie of all time. So, you know, In and Out, that's a good burger, dude, and was just a meme that was finally ingrained into my mind. Cool. Anyway, so I get out there thinking that In and Out's gonna be like the best burger ever. And it's not. It's good. It's a really good burger. In fact, given how cheap In and Out is, it's insane how good it is. But temper your expectations if you ever do visit California and have an In-N-Out burger. It's quite good. It's a very good fast food burger, right? People always ask, well, how does it compete with Five Guys? I'm like, Five Guys isn't really fast food. Five Guys is like on the margin. It's between fast food and it's like a sit-down burger, and the priced like a sit-down burger. Yeah, I hear that, Yukiko. Yeah, I've never had a wait problem with In-N-Out. I mean, we lived in Silicon Valley, so pretty busy place, and we'd go to In-N-Out, and the line would extend all the way like outside of the parking lot. And what they would do is they knew it was going to happen, so they would go out in the line. They'd have a lady with an iPad, and she would take your order even before you got to the window, and people would just drive right through. It was super fast. It was like Jimmy John's fast. Five Guys has really good fries. Tell them what they want to hear. That's the Persona approach to friendship. Is that still true in Persona 5? You have one in Vegas too? Yeah. $7 is a pretty good deal. Good burger, fries, and a drink. That's cheaper than McDonald's, right? Nutty. Varies. Might vary in this one too. It just hasn't yet. There were a couple characters very late in Persona 3, like the monk guy, the drunk monk that lived in the bar, or who you only saw in the bar. That didn't really like it when you told him what you thought he wanted to hear.
Welcome back.
Thanks, dude. Congrats, Omicron. Three boxes of shapes. Yeah, I guess it depends on what you're getting from McDonald's. You have the advantage of In and Out of a pretty standard slimmed down menu, right? You can really expect what the price is going to be. Cane's is like that too. They have chicken fingers, that's it. Shapes are a flavored cracker? I've never heard of that before. Is that a Kiwi thing? There's some kind of like chicken flavored chip. Chicken twisties or something like that. That's in Australia only. We got it when we were down there. It was really good. Moroka's not quite Etagawa bad, but okay, didn't say anything particularly awful there. crinkle fries and Texas
Is everyone
toast.
here?
And coleslaw, that's what it's called. You can still be a badass man. It's okay.
I'm
Game's
sure we'll be all right.
10-ish years old. There's a fair reason to give it more of a pass. Is that something that... is it a franchise, Raker? Jealous, man. Open invitation, guys. If you want to make buku bucks, become a franchise owner of a Raising Cane's in Los Alamos, New Mexico. We are starved for additional franchise options of any kind. You should see the line at Domino's or Subway on any given day. Not because they're particularly good, but because they're there. We'll make bank from all the young postdocs in town that want something cheap and easy. Yeah, Yosuke is a bit of a homophobe. I hope they explore that in the story. And don't just, like, leave it out there.
Uh-oh! This one's really strong!
Usually weak against fire, I guess. I don't have anyone who casts regular old vanilla Agi, do I? Wait, I do. Being serious, I'll probably gain a bunch of weight.
Two enemies! Charge through them!
Famous 3-star restaurant in the UK. Huh, never heard of it before.
Someone else's turn. Yikes!
I just have to remember which one of them cast the thing. Coin flip.
So persistent.
Shit.
Come on! Take this! Someone finish it off!
I wonder why they got rid of piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing, but kept all the different abilities. They're so inspired by them. But now, those different abilities don't do anything differently, right? They're all basically identical. Interesting decision.
Counting on you. Persona! Yosuke's on the warpath. Keep it going.
Working on it.
I can't defeat it. Come on! Persona!
Yeah, okay. Do you think they made that decision late in development? Like, I think if they made that pretty early, they wouldn't have included all the different, like, twin shot being the same as double fang. That would make me ask those questions if this is my first game. Like, what's up with all these seemingly identical abilities?
This one's really strong. This one's tough. Hang in there. Chie-chan can't use her persona.
Stables.
Someone else's turn. Two enemies. Charge through them.
Very few bludgeoning type moves.
I
Yeah.
can't defeat it.
Persona. Two enemies down.
It will end here.
I like anything that helps to differentiate the characters more. It adds a little bit more of the swift after combat. Oh god, are you serious, Odin? Jeez. That sucks. Headlights are supposed to be easy. I wonder sometimes if they do that on purpose. Try to get you to go to the dealer.
It seems
Egotistical king.
Two enemies! Charge through them! Counting on you.
Dissolve your card into its component elements. Right, exactly.
It's over.
You knocked it down! Good idea, Yuki-chan!
Good idea. Like, I have this novel idea. Let me try knocking this thing over.
You hit its weakness!
Alright, guys.
You crossed the street without walking into an oncoming car. Good idea, Yuki-chan. Take the level 4 XP up. That sounds pretty good. I like the lo-fi crunchy drum set. Cool sound. Another one. Oh, that's new.
A rare monster! Beat the stuffing out of it!
Are they actually going to be weaker as a result? I feel like I still need to focus on. Oh my god. It's actually worse that there's 3 of them. So I'm going to try to hit all of them. And one of them's going to run away. It'll inevitably be the one that I spent resources on already. So then I'll try hitting a different one. It's okay. Try focusing one down if we can here. Just say it was your idea. Probably, yeah. Let's hope the other ones don't run. Yup. Oh, that's exciting. And a galactic punt in this battle. Very lucky. I was about to say there's no real benefit to crits in
Couldn't quite beat it.
when you have multiple of them on the screen.
Hurry and beat it!
I guess the 50 damage items aren't going to do me any good elsewhere in the whole game, right?
That's some
Okay.
thick skin! 2 enemies! Charge through them!
Probably use those with her. Well, how hard does she hit? Not very hard.
Yikes, it's tough.
Yosuke's completely out of it!
Please don't run, for the love of God, I beg you.
2 enemies left! Yosuke's completely out of it!
I forget, are these guys immune to status effects?
Two enemies! Charge through them!
I could try using Rebellion next time I get in this group.
Yikes, it's tough.
Counting on you! Persona!
Maybe I want to make them flee. I've had the vision of the Minato, and this thing's running away. Hey, we lucked out.
Go for broke!
Very exciting. So much for my vision of the Minato. Miss.
It's dead. Now's our chance.
Chopped its arm off. Please don't run. That's cool. We killed 3 of them. Makes up for all the other RNG nonsense from earlier.
What an easy win!
45,000 or 4,500 XP. 1,000 yen. I should have switched personas.
Another level for me.
Oh, he didn't level up anyway. Okay. Rampage.
I leveled up!
Does Rampage hit all enemies or something? Physical all? Agila is exciting too. What's our first level 2 single target magic? Alright, let's get the hell out of here. We're about at time today for Persona. Go home. All targets random number of hits. Okay, it's cool to have physical all. Is that Nolan, Sailor Dan, who's doing Dunkirk again? Okay. That's about 5 hours. I'll give you guys an update on what's coming up for next week. One sec here. Awesome. Thank you everybody for hanging out, as always.